End of days, yes.
And another secret, Ashok Kurup was a former employee of Qimpro.
Oh, is it? Okay.
What are we waiting for?
Shall we start?
Are all the judges there?
Tausif isn't, but I have opening announcement. So let's start.
Yeah, Jikisha, we can start.
Tejas, I'll go start.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second day of our 32nd QualTech Prize competition. Those of you who attended the proceedings yesterday will find part of the announcements repetitive. The information is important for those who were not there yesterday. QualTech Prize was originally born out of the need to create a platform for recognizing process improvement projects implemented by our clients. While the event focused on recognizing team excellence by middle management, the invisible backbone of any organization, primarily from the manufacturing industry, services, education, and healthcare found their way in as well. As word spread, non-clients showed interest in presenting their projects. So, in 2004, QualTech Prize opened its doors to non-clients as well. Thereafter, we added two parallel competitions, QualTech Prize for process improvements, for process innovations, and QualTech Prize for green breakthroughs. The 12 projects that are being presented today, kindly take note. Examiners' consolidated assessment score will hold 50% weightage. The judges' consensus score will hold 50% weightage. Project reports, feedback reports, presentations have all been shared with the judges in advance. The panel of judges will select winners and runners-up for all three competitions, and announcements will be made later this evening. May I remind all presenters that you have 7 minutes for your presentation. This will be followed by a 5-minute question and answer segment with the judges. To help you manage your time, we will assist you with alerts. The timer will start when you hear me say start. At the end of 5 minutes, you will hear this bell. At the end of 6.5 minutes, you will hear the same bell thrice. This indicates you have 30 seconds to close. In order to give all presenters a fair chance, your screen share will be stopped at the end of 7 minutes. Before we start, I would also like to record our appreciation for our esteemed panel of judges. For those of you joining the event today, they are Umesh Dand, Sachin Garg, Sailesh Godekar, Manish Kumar, Ashok Kurup, Tausif Siddiqui, and Mr. J. Sridharan. We would also like to appreciate once again the effort put in by our 89 examiners for this edition. We are pleased to announce we have 352 registered examiners for QualTech Prize since 2008. Congratulations and good luck to each of the teams that have made it to the finals today, as well as to the panel of judges who have a really big task ahead of them. Thank you. Shall we start with the first project? Tejas, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with Global Indian International School, Whitefields, Bangalore.
Yes.
Do we have the presenter ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. This is Sukhdeep Kaur from Global Indian International School, Whitefield, Bangalore.
Ma'am, could you share your screen, please?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Kindly go into slide share mode.
Sure.
And start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sukhdeep Kaur. I'm from Global Indian International School, Whitefield, Bangalore. We have chosen the following project, Child Assessment by Parents, to examine the classroom behavior among school students. We have chosen this project as we were receiving feedback from parents, teachers regarding the behavioral issues among students and its negative impact on their academics, particularly between the age of 6 to 15 years. Various problems that could hinder the hinder the performance of the students in the classroom were brainstormed among parents, staff members, stakeholders, and many problems were listed like poor collaboration, disruptive behavior, social media fixation. We have chosen disruptive behavior and its cause and effect on academics as the main area of concern and further research and study. To further strengthen our proposition, we have also conducted internal surveys, internal meetings, we have checked feedback records and academic records of the students, and we have arrived at that behavioral issues among students causes a negative impact on their academic performance. And this area of concern is further taken into research and study, with each class teacher being part of the project team. The identified concern was highlighted to school management, and as a result of that, many projects were in contention before the management, like blended learning, green campus, pretend play, quality circles, etc. While other projects were very important, we prioritized CAP because disruptive behavior has direct correlation with the academic performance of the students in the classroom. To understand the cause and effect analysis, we have used the techniques like fishbone diagram to understand the causes and reasons of the problem. We have also zoned in with the help of 5-eye analysis to know the exact reason of the problem. To remediate the issue, we have proposed many solutions like sensitization of students on good and bad behavior, flipped classroom, assessment by parents, assigning more tasks to students. And as a result of that, we have derived that if the communication gap between parents, teachers, and students bridged completely, we can definitely mitigate the issue of behavioral problems among school students. As a result of that, child assessment by parents tool came into play. Cap sheet is provided to each student and data is filled at the end of every month by parents and children. On the basis of responses provided in the cap sheet, causes are analyzed and patterns are identified. Post-analysis, good behavior is appreciated and behaviors or areas of concerns are further explored by friendly discussions with the students and the teachers. This is how we collect the data, we analyze it, and we identify the patterns in the students. Cap sheet provides an opportunity to the teachers to compare the outcomes in the different periods of time. It also helps the teacher to have a data and progression of students averaged over a period of time. This is how we collect data and analyze it. And this cap sheet was started in June 2018, and it has also led us to the formation of standard operating procedure with regard to cap, which is also a part of our plan, do, and check activity in our organization. Child assessment by parents was initially started in secondary department and was very successful. Now it has been replicated and extended to primary and pre-primary departments, and it has also been proposed in GIS Annual Leadership Summit, where other campuses of GIS can also get benefit of this best practice. With the implementation of CAP, problems and incidents were handled very quickly. As a result of that, our academic results improved from 72% on an average to 85% in 2020-21. This has also been validated and checked and analyzed by our inbuilt tool, that is 7S analysis, which helped us to analyze data before and after the implementation of CAP pertaining to academics. We have also analyzed the data of the students, academic data of the students who were not performing well before the implementation of CAP academically, and the results were also analyzed after the implementation of CAP, and we have seen tremendous progression in their academic results. We have also seen there is reduction in the bullying cases and behavioral complaints from 300 to 110, that is by 36%. It has also improved our word of mouth, and it has also led to the increase in our referral cases from 56 to 154 in 2020-21. When students are happy, they are always willing to come. So our attendance also improved from 75% to 95% in 2020-21. This has also increased our confidence levels in our students, increased in concentration and focus in our students, and respect for each other in the campus. This has also been validated and evidenced by our increase in ratings on our various review sites of our campus. Intangible benefits are also checked and validated by surveys conducted in different grades that has shown tremendous increase in our happiness index of the school. With the increase of happiness, with the increase of referral cases, reduction in the bullying cases, our admission number also increased from 318 to 440, that is in 2020-21, which has also led to the increase in our revenue by 2 crores per year. At the end, I would like to say CAP is an innovative tool which gives an opportunity to the parents to assess their own children. It also helps to bridge in communication gap between parents, children, and the teachers. So I would like to conclude with a parent testimonial over here.
Am I courteous?
Always. I've always seen you being very courteous and nice. You greet your friends, teachers, parents very well. So I would go with always. The cap sheet is a very unique, innovative tool given to us as parents by GIIS. It helps me introspect my child and really explore the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities in the child. So I would like to thank GIIS for this unique, innovative tool.
Thank you for your time and consideration. Now I'm open for the question answer session.
Thank you, Sukhdeep, for your wonderful presentation on CAP. We have a few questions, so request you to be short. So the first, Sachin, over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, Shailesh, and thank you, Sukhdeep, for an excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Your presentation mentioned about use of root cause analysis and data analysis.
Yes, sir.
My query is that, were there any root causes for which data had to be gathered and was not readily available?
Sir, most of the cases we had the data readily available. It was particularly pertaining to the academic performance of the students. As I have said, it has the direct correlation. Behavioral issues have direct correlation with the academics of the students. Because if we have got lots of behavioral issues in the classes, definitely cycle time increases. Teachers are more concerned in correcting the behavior of the students rather than paying attention to the completion of the syllabus. So definitely increases our cycle time. So in this case, we had the data readily available with us, and we had PTM records, we have feedback registers, we have counselors registers. So all were giving us direction that we have to target at this problem, and we have to solve this problem to solve the problem of our academics in the school, academic performance in the school, basically.
Thank you. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Sukhdeep. The next question is from Mr. Sridharan. Mr.
Yes.
Sridharan, please.
Yeah, a very appropriate area. Behavior is an issue which many industries are also struggling with.
Yes.
My question to you is, could you tell us one or two direct measurements of behavior? How do you track behavior issues of the students? Measurement.
Yes, sir. I'll give examples over here. For example, time management. So this is the time. This is the most pertaining problem here. Students are these days are engaged in social media. They are engaged in these electronic gadgets, so they waste their time. So here, in case of time management, we target it at the reduction of screen time and reduction of this social media fixation in their lives to solve this time management problem. To check this, we also made many activities. We gave them certain tasks which were timed, and we could understand whether they are able to manage those activities in those stipulated time. So this is one example where we have seen the change in behavior with the application of CAP or with the implementation of CAP.
If I may come in with another example, I am the headmistress of the school. A child is asked to prepare their books and bags and uniforms the previous day and get ready according to the timetable. So what happens is the child is ready in the morning and doesn't miss the bus, reaches school on time, is punctual, and doesn't miss his academics. So this is another example of how we have prepared children.
Thank you. That's Shailesh.
Thank you, Sukhdeep. One more question from Mr. Ashok. Mr. Ashok, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very beautiful presentation. In fact, it's one of the most important areas which I feel in education is not, looked at by a lot of schools.
Yes, sir.
My question is very simple. When I am assessing my child, there
Yes,
will
sir.
always be a bias because, all of us are ruled by fear, right? So anything adverse in the behavior, I would probably tone it down a bit before reporting to the school. So how did you manage to deal with that bias?
Sir, this is a very good question. Thank you for your question. Sir, see, there are two areas. Students are also attending the school, and they are also at the same time they are also at their homes. So what happens, parents, if the bias comes, we also assess those parameters in the school as well, and we compare. So we come to know whether if child is not able to manage time properly in the school, we are very sure that he is also not able to manage his time at home as well. So we are able to come to know if the child is not courteous in the school, we will definitely come to know that there is some discrepancy in the response of the parent.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sukhdeep, just one quick question from Mr. Manish. Manish, quick one.
Yeah. Thanks. So my question is, I went through the presentation and see one of the place in the presentation you have spoken about correlation of data.
Yes, sir.
So if you could be a little specific in terms of what are the variables you have looked at and what are those variables? What was the outcome of the correlation?
Yes, sir. Correlation here is correlation of the data is meant by academic results. So as we have mentioned here, we have got a very good tool, 7S analysis, which has helped us to correlate the data of the students who were not performing academically well and their behavior. And we also, after the implementation of CAP and the activities related to the CAP, we have correlated their data with their behavior after the implementation of CAP. So here, academics is the main variable that we have, academic performance as a variable we have seen. And also in terms of behavioral, performance in the class also, that is also observed, and we are very vigilant as a school. So we are helping the students in this regard.
Thank you, Sukhdeep. Thanks a lot. Okay,
Thank you.
over to you, Jigisha.
Yeah, thank you, Sukhdeep, and thank you, Rita. Okay, the next project is from Electrosteel Steels, Bokaro. Do we have the presenter ready?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, we are ready.
Could you please share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
Go into full slide share mode, ma'am. Okay, start.
A very warm good afternoon, everyone. I am Ishani from the Blast Furnace Department of Electrosteel Steels Limited, Vedanta. Now, I would like to take you through the process improvement which we have done of increasing the pulverized coal injection rate in the blast furnace from 126 kg per ton of hot metal to 175 kg per ton of hot metal. A brief introduction of the team members. The project was led by Mr. Asid Khanti along with Mr. Sujay Bera, and the team members were Mr. Deepak Yadav, Mr. Dhananjay, Mr. Mahesh, Mr. Satpal, Mr. Nitish, along with myself. Now we would start by defining the problem. Basically, first we carried out a benchmarking exercise with the peer companies where we saw that we had a lower PCI rate as compared to many of our peers. As a result of which our cost of production was quite higher, because if we are not able to inject the PCI at a higher rate, we need to replace it by coke, which is a very costly thing. As a result of which our cost of production was higher. So our mission target was that we would enhance our PCI coal injection from 126 to 175 so that the cost of production is reduced by, say, suppose 140 rupees per ton of hot metal. So this is the flow diagram of our PCI injection. In the next slide, we sought for the cause effect analysis, which was hindering us from going to the higher PCI rate. So basically, we listed all the factors that were responsible for our lower PCI rate. And as a result, we sought that our 80% of the problems or the 80% of the limitations were because of the machine and methodology. As a result of this fishbone diagram analysis, we did a validation of the possible causes. For instance, we had the causes such as the low availability of the lances, or say lack of automation, design limitations, and other operating parameters. So as a result, we validated all the causes that were present and what can be the possible result that we can have. So basically, we summed it up as there was quite frequent jamming of the lances, as a result of which there was no control system, no automation that could provide us the real-time feedback. Apart from that, our operating parameters also were not quite sustainable for increasing the rate. So we had to change them. So we sought for the remedies. What would be the remedies we could introduce so as to overcome this problem? First of all, we introduced new operating parameter regime, wherein we increased the blast pressure, the wind volume, as well as the top pressure in the furnace. Then there had to be vigilant casting practice, in which we practiced parallel casting for about 22 hours a day. Also, we optimized the burden distribution, improving the central flow, and the lances availability were kept maximum. But the major breakthrough was in the part of automation, in which we started our auto purging system. The auto purging system provided a 30 seconds purging each of the lances in 60 minutes of interval. Also, we had an automation of flow jam switch in which auto purging was provided, through which we could monitor if there is any lance choking taking place or not. Also, there was a major breakthrough in the PCI lance modification, in which we changed the dia of the lance and we increased the dia so that we have a better flow rate. After having such improvement done, we had to sustain it for further part. So basically, this is the work progress. That is how we ensured that our existing plan would be able to cater to our needs or not, how we did modification of the lances, what kind of automation we started, and how we implemented. Based on that, we had to log the parameters. So we had real-time monitoring in the HMI. We had continuous monitoring of our operating parameters. And along with that, we developed SOP. Also, along with that, we had to study our MOC. We saw that there was no other problems taking place because of the changes which we had introduced in our process. Thereafter, we had to clone this improvement. That is, after having done in the blast furnace 2, such kind of improvements could be done also in the another blast furnace, which we have in ESL Steels Limited. So the same was replicated for the next blast furnace based on the learnings which we had. Then the benefits which we had. As already I said that we had a cost benefit. Basically, in per ton of hot metal, we were saving about rupees 140. Also, if we calculate that on a yearly basis, that rounds off about 15 crores rupees savings. Apart from this, we had certain environmental benefits as well. The environmental sustainability was also enhanced because of using of coal, because the coke reduction was reduced. As a result of which, we could increase our coal injection. So this is the before and after analysis as to how we had initially before the implementation of this auto purging and how we had it after. Initially, we were at a lower PCI rate, whereas after having the auto purging and all the modifications done, we could reach a PCI rate as high as 175. Then after, we come to the intangible benefits. Apart from having these tangible benefits, we had certain intangible benefits as to, like when we had automation, our interdependency with the other departments as well as the coordination with the utilities improved. Apart from that, since we have a real-time monitoring, so the governance mechanism was quite quick and we could take apt measures as well. And we reduced unforeseen shutdowns, because whenever there is lance jamming or choking, something takes place. As a result, what happens is that we have unplanned shutdowns, but there is no measure of that. So we had it as an intangible benefit. Apart from that, that was all. And thank you. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Lavanya. We have a few questions. Sachin, over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, Shailesh, and thank you, Lavanya, for another excellent presentation. I'm glad that your team started with benchmarking of the PCI. I have one main question and one follow-up question. Did your team also look at any best practices of the other companies where the PCI was lower than yours?
My team members are also present and they would like to explain a bit about this.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Ashish Gandhi. We are from various other plants. They are using inject lower PCI rate around 120 and 100. And in past, we have also problem just present in the slide. More than 120, 130 kg, we have faced several times of a problem. Then we are trying to modify our system and analyze to other concerned department and other our seniors. And we introduced this implementation in this system. And finally, we achieved 175 kg per ton, more than 175 kg per ton hot metal nowadays.
Okay. Actually, I would like to say that initially, when we had this benchmarking exercise, we saw that Rashmi Metallics particularly had a higher PCI rate than us, and we benchmarked the similar furnaces.
Trying to modify our system and analyze.
Not audible, Mr. Mukesh.
And we introduced this implementation in this system, and finally we achieved 175 kg per ton, more than 175 kg per ton.
Mr. Mukesh, it's not audible.
Yeah. Maybe if Lavanya or someone can repeat the response.
Yeah. And quick one, because we have 2 more questions.
So I'll just sum it up. Like initially we did a benchmarking exercise and we benchmarked with similar plants like which have blast furnace of similar capacities. So we saw basically Rashmi Metallics had a higher PCI rate than us. So we thought like, why can't we reach to that level? Apart from that, there are various other plants which have reached much higher than that PCI rate, but they have other modifications or other design parameters. So as a result, we chose the plants which are similar to us so that we can implement such things over here.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks. So over to you, Mr. Ashok.
Thank you for the presentation, ma'am. My question is this. 175 is what you are tracking at this point in time. I think that's about 4 months of data.
Yeah.
Question is 175 the limit or will it go beyond that? I mean, from the way you have done the... Yeah, go ahead, please.
So for design parameters, we can reach up to 200 kg per ton of hot metal. Like the furnace has certain design specification that was given while it was done. So we can go up to 200. So we have also gone on a daily basis, but for an average PCI rate to attain 200 kg per ton of hot metal, the other factors which affect the furnace like irregularities in raw material and all, they need to be constant, but they are not constant over time. So we cannot just justify on that basis, but we can reach up to 200 on a monthly basis if we have all other factors that is affecting it as constant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lavanya. There is one more question. Umesh, please.
Yeah. Lavanya, my question is in 2 parts. One is you mentioned that there was an SOP that was created. So who created the SOP? Is the first question. The second is, was there any skilling program that was required to support this improvement? And what's the progress that you achieved over there?
Actually, sir, the SOP was created by the entire group and then it was approved by HOD and the BU director. So basically in the SOP, what we did is that whatever modifications we were doing, suppose I mentioned the SOP of burden distribution that was changed to be exact. So in that case, what happens is that when we are running at a higher PCI rate, we need to have an increased central flow in the furnace. As a result, we created a detailed SOP as to when our operators are operating the furnace, they'll know that if they are enhancing the PCI, then how many rings of coke need to be at the periphery and how many at the center. That is the exact burden distribution process. That SOP was created by all of us in a group, and then it was forwarded to our head of the department who approved of it, and then it was forwarded to the BU director who also supported it, and then we have implemented it in the furnace. And apart from that, there's training part. Training is already going on at present about the central flow and peripheral flow, and it is being imparted to all the employees over here of blast furnace operations. And basically the fact is that today also some people are attending the training, so they couldn't join us as a team.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Lavanya. So over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you, Mr. Gudikar. Thank you, Lavanya. Our next presentation will be from JSW Global Business Solutions, Navi Mumbai. Do we have the presenter? Start. JSW? Is a presenter from JSW?
Hello, can you hear me, madam?
Yes, we can. Please start.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Myself, Amol Gaurkar, and with me, Ms. Lynette from JSW GPS, which is a capital.
Amol, sorry to interrupt you. Please go into full screen. Slide share, sorry.
It is full screen only, madam, for me.
Slideshow.
Yeah, it's slideshow only.
Jigisha is okay. Jigisha.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, we can continue.
Okay, time is starting again.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. At GBS for peer-to-PO means for ordering process, we use Ariba, which is a globally renowned procurement tool. This is a part of our digitization and paperless journey. Our project is on improve process efficiency of commercial by 40% within 8 months. Now I will take you through the journey of achieving process efficiency by 57%, billing to 122 lakhs and FT saving of 3. The project was taken through Lean Six Sigma framework where a DMAC methodology was applied. We have collected the voice of customer under defined phase and validate the project CTQ. Based on VOC, the business case is prepared. Our AOP target was to increase the process efficiency by 40% without increasing the manpower. And other expected benefits are increasing in PO count from 2406 to 3400 per month, increasing in billing from 76 lakh to 112 lakhs, then FT saving of 3. Accordingly, problem definition and targets are set with a timeline of 8 months and team is finalized. Project baseline taken from August to October 19, number of PO created per person directly reflect our process efficiency. For the diagnosis, the first tool we have used is a fishbone and found some major issues like non-availability of work in progress report. It was very time consuming to track the current status of the cases. As a result, buyer were maintaining status manually, which was killing their maximum efficiency. Also, no productivity report to map the performance of buyer. Then there was no system tool to log technical issue. As a result, most of the issue remained unresolved and was affecting the productivity of buyer. Based on fishbone, high impact and controllable causes are, as a standard Ariba functionality, vendor needs to log in and perform quotation and negotiation related activities. But the problem found that most of the vendor were untrained and having a lot of queries regarding working on Ariba. Also, no training material was available. Viva analysis is done for the causes identified from fishbone and control impact. For example, Ariba WIP report not available. We found that there is no such report available as a standard Ariba design, and no client has requested this ever. One more example, we found that due to frequent change of marketing person at supplier's end, due to attrition or role change, the new person was untrained. As a result, offer were not coming on time. To validate the causes found in fishbone and control impact, we have also done FMEA and same are validated based on RPN number more than 500. Some major issue found due to standard Ariba functionality like 300 plus email notification per buyer in a day, due to which import of mail were missing. Only the case owner could view and work on his own case. Hence, no one could process others' case in his absence, which was not in line with the shared service concept. We also did value stream mapping and found that step monitor RFQ was taking maximum time, which was studied in detail at level 2 by process map. At level 2, we found we did a west walk and found that buyer to perform multiple steps to get vendor responses and to record it manually in Excel sheet. The process was killing maximum productivity and bandwidth of the buyer with error. This is a highly dynamic scenario since vendor responses are a continuous process. So based on the various tools used and causes identified, we have prepared the improvement plan as shown on the screen. For the first three causes, absence of vendor partition report, Ariba WIP report, and productivity report, we have developed various in-house reports through ClickView tool, like vendor participant report. This has helped to get vendor responses like how many vendors have submitted, not submitted, and declined the offer. Then Ariba WIP report to track the cases bucket-wise with TAT, which help to take fast action on the cases. Then productivity report to track the daily and monthly performance of the buyer and team. Then the fourth one, unmanageable notification and email. To manage this, SOP is made, filters and folders are formed in buyer's mail inbox to segregate important mail, which help to take immediate action. Then untrained supplier. So we have established the training procedure and started training vendor through any days and conference call. Approximately 11,000 vendors were trained, which helped to get faster reply from vendors. Then training material not available. So we have developed user-friendly print and video training material, which has helped stakeholders to get self-trained. Then the seventh one, restricted rights of view. So through modification in Ariba tool, view access given to buyers to check and work on anyone's case. This has helped to clear maximum cases. Then the last one, absence of proper channel to log the issue. So here what we have done, we have developed the in-house ticketing tool to log the issue. This has helped to resolve the issues in a faster way. So here we can see the result of monitor RFP step 3, where previously more step and complex process to collect the vendor responses, and post implementation we get the simplified auto report. The post implementation we can see the RPN number reduced below 500. Project benefit and achievement. So PO per FT per month increased to 97 against target 80. Then PO created per month increased to 3694 against target 3400. So coming to efficiency, it is reached to 122%. Means with respect to base, it is improved by 57% against target 40. Total billing increased to 1.22 crore against target 1.12 crore. So this is the 45% increase with respect to base. Then daily number of cases above 8 days stat reduced from 350 to 27. Based on this, control plan is created to sustain the benefit and monthly governance and MIS. We have taken the stakeholder feedback and is found satisfactory. On successful result at GBS, we have extended all these improvements to our other plant location for their scope of material. And what lesson we have learned from this is winners don't do different things, they do things differently. We also won first prize in internal business excellence award. So thank you very much, and we are open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amol, for the presentation. We have many questions, so I request you to be short. Over to you, Mr. Ashok.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. My question is as regards business criticality, PR to PO cycle time, and errors in PO have a big role to play, right? So how did you deal with that? I didn't see any mention in your presentation.
So errors in the sense we are, with the Ariba tool we have reduced these errors. Previously due to a lot of manual activities, there were a lot of errors were coming. But Ariba is such a tool where everyone has to play their own role. Every stakeholder has to go and play their role. So chances of error are very less. So that are reduced. So we are not shown that how much percentage is reduced, because our main focus was to increase the efficiency.
Okay. And has your PR to PO cycle time reduced as well, or that is still the same?
Yeah, our cycle time is reduced, but our main focus was to increase the PO outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Amol. So the next question is from Mr. Mukesh. Mukesh, please.
Hi, this is Manish.
Manish, sorry, Manish.
Yeah. No issues. No issues. Thanks for the presentation. I have one question. Rather, I'll say. Number one is before you take on any model that you deploy, wanted to know what is specifically made you to choose it as a Six Sigma project. Number two, any Six Sigma project, one of the important aspect is, stopping or reducing the defect by, removing the variation. So on that part, if you could elaborate, how you have done in this project.
Yeah. So why we have taken it as a Six Sigma project? Because before this, we were not knowing the exact issues. So what is the root cause because of which we were not able to perform our activity, or we were not achieving our target. So that's why we are use the Six Sigma tool. So to find out the root causes. So that we have found out. Then second thing, sir, can you just repeat the second question? Sorry.
Yeah, second question was, one of the important aspect in Six Sigma is stopping the defects or minimizing the defects to the extent possible by removing the variations. So this aspect, what you have done.
So we have seen that some of the unnecessary steps we were following, like we have shown for RFP step, a lot of vendors were giving offer on time, but we were not having any proper tool to map that who has given the offer, who has not given the offer. So there were a lot of variations. So that's why we have created one report which was easily available through ClickView tool. From that we came to know that a lot of offers are coming on time.
What is the offer you are talking about?
It's a vendor offer. So we are in procurement. So for
Okay. See, in Six Sigma, we have this, the defect variation and all is what we wanted you to. What are the variations that you have identified?
So, Manish, primarily this was dealing with increasing the efficiency in the process. So, as regards to the defects that we have measured, we have not showcased that in the slide, but we had seen an error reduction post the Ariba implementation. So, the variation of the process in terms of these many defects, which is around reduced to a certain number of defects, has been improved, but that is not been shown currently in the slide.
So you achieved, okay, and because time is less,
yeah, we have achieved the required efficiency and the defect rate reduction.
Okay. Thanks, Amol. Last question from Umesh. Umesh, please.
Yeah. So Amol, my question is, how did you go about setting the targeted performance levels? Okay, whether it's in terms of FTEs or number of POs or efficiency. How did you target your desired degree of performance?
So we have targeted based on the efficiency. So we got a target of increasing efficiency by 40%. So based on that, we have seen that how many PO we are creating per month, and what should be the actual requirement of the management. So based on that, we have taken our base as a PO creation. So accordingly, we have done all the calculation and all the targets are set based on the PO creation.
And this 40% came in from the management?
Yes.
Okay. All other targets were derived from that direction.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. One last, we can take it, Amol. Sachin.
Okay, thank you, Shailesh. Amol, will you please help us understand how did the team arrive at the target of 40% process efficiency improvement?
Yeah. So as I said, this target was given by the management under AOP that commercial needs to improve their efficiency by 40%. So that was a target for us. Accordingly, we have done all the calculations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amol. Over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Godekar. Next up, we have Kansai Nerolac Paints from Sayaka. Do we have the presenter ready?
Yes.
Kindly go into slide share mode, sir. Slide share mode, please.
Yes, just a minute.
So your notes are visible. Display settings.
Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, please start.
Good afternoon. I am Dheeraj Kumar from Kansai Nerolac Paints Limited. First of all, I want to thank Qimpro team to give us an opportunity to present our presentation on service time reduction of coil coating products by 30%. A short introduction. We are $690 million US corporation established in 1920, which is wholly owned subsidiary of Kansai Paints Japan since 1999. In 2020, we completed our glorious 100 years. Saika plant is industrial paints manufacturer and provide coating solutions to OEM, coil coating and general industries. Also in financial year 1920, in H1, coil coating market was approx 780 crores, against which Kansai Nerolac market share was around 9% only. The business growth of coil coating in India is expected to grow at 5% every year. Basically, coil coating is a continuous process of coating coils of sheet metals. They are used mainly in construction and in OEM sector that use sheet metals. One of the major challenge for Kansai Nerolac paint is to reduce the service time to increase market share in coil coating business. The process of supply chain is raw material, that is resin, solvent, powder, additives, etc., in which the operations include premixing, where basic dispersion is done, and then grinding, then for final dispersion, mixing for addition of resin, solvent and additives for final parameter adjustment, then packaging and supply to customer. The business objective is to increase market share in coil coating by improving service time. For business case, to approve the approach for project is identify bottleneck across supply chain, then bottleneck solutions by cross-functional team, then final optimal solution and execution and benefits for realization. Then our project was reviewed on the basis of a periodic review of dashboard by layered reviewers. Project team is identified on the basis of domain expertise involving skills and innovations to endure company's vision that we design that protects, inspire and touch lives every day. Problem definition. Service time of coil coating product was average at 12 days against the customer expectation of 8 days in financial year 1920 H1. To understand our problem, suppose a customer raised 12,000 liter paint in a single lot. It takes 2 days for sales and supply chain, for 7 days for production execution. The bifurcation of production execution is this: 6,000 liter paint is would be available at warehouse on 5th day, and 6,000 liter is available on 7th day at warehouse, and it takes 3 days for delivery via depot. On the screen you are able to see as is process flow diagram, where batch cycle time is 64 days, that is approx 4 days for processing of full order, 3 more days is required. Total of 7 days for execution of total quantity, and here unit operation wise time is defined. To diagnose study, DMAC methodology adopted. Used VSM for bottleneck identification, brainstorming for idea generation, fishbone analysis and trial for validation of potential causes, scale up of solution for execution, data monitoring for validation of solution, improvement, control and cloning for horizontal deployment. With the help of cause and effect diagram, main causes were identified as high cycle time, parallel batches can't be processed, equipment limitations and high delivery time. Remedies for high cycle time and parallel batches can't be processed, common slurry based and rationalization as per product category defined. Then equipment limitation, modification for bottleneck equipments done. For high delivery time, product to direct customers started. As per defined system, scale-up process was followed for all the coil coating products were done. This is on the screen. You can able to see improved PFD, that is process flow diagram after improvement, where cycle time was reduced from 64 hours to 30 hours, that is from 4 days to 2 days. Now parallel batches can be processed and high cycle time operations made offline by common slurry base and rationalization as per product category. Also modification done as process line and on load cell equipments. So high cycle time where because of premixing and grinding, that is approx 30 hours, which made offline. Locking the improvement. This is before and after service time bifurcation. in improved PFD, that is premixing and grinding batch take offline, so that parallel batches also we can take. Initially on 7th day, it is in batch is in warehouse. Now we are able to deliver on 4th day to warehouse, and supply time is also reduced to 2 days. For systematic improvement and sustenance process, in process, production voucher modified in SAP. For infrastructure, equipment modification done. For delivery, maintain direct billing in SAP instead of depot billing. For skills, training and skill mapping done. Now service time is reduced from 12 days to 8 days. This is for validation, our production issue voucher updated. Cloning the improvement. Change in setup process at other plant at KNPL. Implementation of same concept at other product category. Tangible benefits. Service time of coil coating products is reduced to 8 days from average of 12 days. That is approx 33% reduction. For each delivery, 3,500 rupees saved to direct dispatch to customer. Our market share is also increased from 9% from financial year 1920 H1 to 14% in financial year 1920 Q4. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhiresh Kumar. Few questions. First from my side. You have talked a scale of around 12,000 liters. What happens if it increases to around 16,000? So will this be applicable? Your lead time.
Yes, sir. Similarly, that process that we are taking parallel batches, at that same time we are increasing number of batches. Then initially we are taking in this example 6 scale and 6 scale batches for delivering 12,000 liters. For 16,000 liter, 12,000, 12,000 and 4,000 liter we will take.
6,000, 6,000.
You will be able to maintain the same cycle time across the lead time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Over to Mr. Sridharan.
Yeah, okay. My question is that you said the baseline of delivery was average 12 days and you reduced it to 8 days, which you equated it to customer requirement.
Yes.
Now, these 8 days which you achieved is steady 8 days or an average 8 days? This is my first question.
Average 8 days.
If it is average 8 days, customer expectation is what? Exactly 8 days or average 8 days?
Sir, this is also average 8 days, approx from 7, 8, 9 days, approx average.
Okay. So are you measuring the actual customer required number of days? What is the actual customer requirement in terms of number of days and what is the actual delivery in terms of number of days? Are you tracking that kind of improvement?
Yes, sir. That kind of improvement is also we are tracking. So as customer raise their order, so after that within approx from 7 to 9 days, as per market requirement, they are expecting delivery.
You talked about in the factors that you analyze, you talked about equipment downtime, but what about quality first time right? Were the lead times increased due to poor quality or reprocessing?
Sir, for that we go through scale up process from 20 liter batch to 10,000 liter batch. For proper scaling up without any quality deviation.
But in terms of in actual practice of your manufacturing and delivery, is that not a key factor in your analysis? It's not figuring it out. It's not coming out in the.
Krunal here, sir. I mean, I think what you mean to say is with this revised process, whether there is some quality issue or not.
Yeah.
So while doing scale up or while finalizing this solution of common slurry base and category wise common slurry base, so these things were being taken care in scale up along with technical function as well, because in CFT technical function is also there. So there was some change in technical function as well, and then it was being taken care, and definitely trials were being taken, and then ultimately scale up or say batch size was being increased. So minor fine tuning definitely was being done as shown in presentation also in recipe before and after that way.
Okay. Okay, Dheeraj, there is one question from Mr. Manish.
Yeah, thank you. So overall, when I look at how you have defined your problem statement, there are issues from multiple aspects which you wanted to address. Which I mean, I can see including your supply chain, order execution, delivery, and all. So what did you ever think of lean would fit somewhere, and if you have thought any specific reason you did not apply lean concept?
Lean concept, I mean, we basically went for VSM, wherein we checked across once orders have been placed and at what time or what it has been delivered. So VSMs definitely have did, so that we could understand at what each and every stage where time is been more, and by what can be done easy going. So definitely this is first step. Further it has to be reduced further, and then definitely we can, for each and every operation, lean kind of thing can be implemented as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dinesh. What do you, Jigisha?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you, Mr. Godekar. Okay, so now it's time for our special speaker whose video did not play well yesterday. Let me reintroduce him. Mr. Vivek Talwar is joining us live from Goa. He's founder, director of Chrysalis, a Goa-based consulting organization that works in the area of envisioning sustainability, business excellence, and organizational culture. Mr. Talwar was Chief Culture Officer and Chief Sustainability Officer of Tata Power till he superannuated in March 2018. He is currently a consultant to Tata Sons, working for Tata Business Excellence Group and part of the think tank that steers affirmative action in the Tata Group. Over to you, Mr. Talwar.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Quick process check. Can someone respond whether my voice is loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Absolutely clear.
Loud and clear, sir.
Fantastic. Yeah. Great. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about innovation. And while I saw that the flyer talked about me talking about process innovation, I think I'll just go a little bit beyond that too, and generally talk about innovation. And if you would want that to thrive in your organization, what is it that all of us need to do? So let me just start off by asking a question. The question is, what is more important in an organization? Is it continuous improvement, or is it innovation? And sometimes organizations, on their journey of excellence, they want to prioritize, and they want to figure out what they need to do first, what is more important, etc. So since it's not too much of an interactive session, let me just respond myself by saying that, in business excellence, usually there are no wrong answers. It's a question of the perspective that you bring in. And so we can have a discussion on whatever may be the answer. But often there could be wrong questions. And so I actually asked you a wrong question. And it's not an either or. It's important to respect both continuous improvement as well as innovation. So if I were to take a graph where on the horizontal axis there's time and on the vertical axis is performance, organizational performance, and you can see many companies, going up over a period of time, they become higher performing. If you were to put a magnifying glass on that curve, and you'll find that that curve is made up of hundreds of small little steps. Tick, 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 tick. Each step is taking that curve higher. And each one of the steps would be some improvement that has been made either by the blue collar workers or by a bunch of young people sitting on a laptop, or maybe someone even higher up in the organization taking some kind of a decision. But once in a while, those little steps, there could be a bigger step. It's a step jump or a significant breakthrough. And that could have come through some kind of a innovative approach. And that's the step jump that you got. And suddenly it took you on a much higher plane on the y-axis. So in that case, you need to figure out what are improvements and what are innovations. However, this question might be right in another context. It depends upon which company you are in. Supposing you are in an organization that is in process, making cement or chemicals or steel, perhaps you need to be really good at operational excellence. You may have to be very good at continuous improvement. And so that is your dal roti, your middle of your plate. And the innovations come once in a while. That could be your chutney and your pickle. But if you were, say, an Apple, where every time you come out with a new product, there are people waiting in line to be the first ones to buy it. They want to see the wow that you've got in it. There, maybe innovation needs to be your dal roti. And in any case, some of these organizations have manufacturing outsourced to other organizations. Sometimes it's sad to see an American company like an iPhone that you buy, and suddenly you flip it around and you find that it's made in China. And so maybe those companies that are making it need to have operational excellence and quality management coming in. And Apple needs to focus on product innovation. However, having said all this, I think it's very important to find out whether it's process innovation or whether it's product service innovation or whether it's business model innovation, what makes organizations innovative? And many, many moons ago, maybe about 12, 15 years ago, I had the good fortune to be part of a 9-member team from the Tata Group that went to the United States on the innovation mission. And we went to iconic companies, known the world over for innovation. We went to 3M, we went to Intel, Microsoft, HP, Raytheon, and a small, highly innovative company called Nano Dynamics. And our job was to try and find out what is that secret sauce that makes organizations innovative. Now, and that was a time when the Indian economy was growing and there was a lot of respect. So these organizations opened themselves up to us, and we went through APQC. So it was a systematic program. The heads of the organization, the chief of HR, business development, R&D, marketing, all the top table people spent a few days with us in each company, trying to demystify for us what is innovation. Now, I'm not going to share all that I learned there, and there isn't even enough time for that. But I think the best way to try and pick out the essence of what was happening in those organizations was through some of the conversations, some of the mantras that those leaders spoke about. And I'm just going to share 3 or 4 mantras with you. And the first one, the mantras, by mantras, I mean, we just picked up some words that some of the senior leaders spoke about. And within that word, it was almost like a profound statement. There was so much learning. And it's not important who said what, which company did we hear it, because all these companies were equally brilliant when it came to innovation. I have my own favorites though, but that's not important here. So one of the statements that we heard in one of the companies was, an idea is like a newborn child. What a beautiful statement. What was being said was, an idea is fragile. It's so delicate. It's so important. We need to treat it with respect, with love, with care. We must make sure that that idea lives and can grow into the potential with which it was born. And I think that was a beautiful statement. And in that organization, the management of ideas was being done so beautifully that nobody could shoot down anybody's idea. And even if an idea wasn't picked up for implementation, the organization felt that maybe we are not ready to pick it up today, but let's put it in a repository and maybe we'll pick it up tomorrow. Maybe the idea's time has not come today. That was the kind of respect that they were giving to the idea and to the people who came up with the idea. In the same bucket, in another organization, we heard a leader say, where can I go with my idea? That is a sentence that we would never ever like to hear in our organization. That means if anyone has a brilliant idea, they know exactly what to do with it, they know exactly where to go, and they have the systematic approaches for that. And in all these organizations, we felt that it was not just the R&D that was coming up with brilliant ideas. R&D was being fed by brilliant ideas that could come from anywhere in the organization. And it was that kind of a seamless idea management, idea generation that was happening. And it was continuously being fed by newer and newer ideas coming from everyone. And that was what made these kind of companies innovative. In another organization, we heard a very powerful statement which said, if everything that we make and do succeeds in the marketplace, then we get worried. We aren't taking too many risks. And when we heard that, we were a little shocked. You know, in 99 out of 100 organizations, if they put everything in the market and it succeeded, they would feel so happy. Here is an organization that feels worried that they are playing safe. And the reason for that is, excuse me, because these organizations realized that if you want to be the leader, if you want to be known as someone who's actually causing disruption in the market, being the cause for the turbulence in the business environment, then they have to come with cutting edge stuff. And if you consistently come up with cutting edge stuff that nobody ever thought of, then sometimes they're bound to be failures. And if it's done with integrity, if it's done with sincerity, failures are celebrated. Failures are not, there is no inquest. People are not hung because something failed. There is enough amount of respect for failures if it's gone through the proper steps as there is for success. And I think that is a very important aspect for us to learn, that if you're not risk-taking, you're not going to be very innovative because you're not pushing the boundaries enough. And it's only when you push the boundaries that revelation takes place. Some new idea comes out which is beyond the normal. And therefore, it's very important for us to understand the DNA of these organizations that are highly innovative. Another one that we heard, and this actually, when I say it, it sounds very, very not so, what's so great about it? In one of the organizations, we heard that, the statement that was being made was that we build on each other's ideas. And that seems like such a drab statement for an iconic company to make. But actually, that was the most important strength of that organization. What it means is that there could be an idea that is being generated and developed, say in their lab in Bangalore, and it's not yet reached the conclusion of what it has to reach. They're still working on it, but they put it out within the organization, and the Tokyo lab takes it halfway through to the next level. And this was in fact in 3M. And then the Minneapolis St. Paul lab picks it up there. So in the end of it, it is collaboration that leads to the idea achieving perhaps much more than what it was conceived in the beginning. And therefore, this can only come when your organization is collaborative. This is actually the opposite of how R&D looks at innovation sometimes. where it is secretive and, there's just 4 or 5 people working on it. And, there's almost a lead wall around the entire process. But this, what I'm talking about is the whole fundamental, let's say, foundation of open innovation, where different people come together with their different skill sets, with their different capabilities within the organization, within different parts of the organization, and then they come together and take the original idea somewhere else much, much better and higher than what it was conceived. And this can only happen when people are not competing with each other, but actually are collaborating. In these organizations, it's so clear that there is only one competitor, and that competitor is sitting out there in the market. It's not within the organization. It's not another department. It's not another scientist. It's not another ideator. It's collaboration inside and competition outside. Clearly looking at synergy, integration, and all this comes together to lead to innovation. I think I might get rapped on my knuckles by Jigisha soon for overstretching the time, but if I'm allowed, I want to share a small little story to end this. Do I have the time?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. So this is a story that I love talking about, which we heard in HP by the chief of HR of HP in their headquarters. And she said that, this story now we tell all the young people who join the organization. It's part of the induction. And this story is about the founder of Hewlett-Packard, Dave Packard, one of the two founders. He went to various labs and he was going around, moving around, seeing what the developers are coming out with. So he came to the desk of one of the developers, and his name was Chuck House. And he said, "Son, what are you working on?" So Chuck House explained that this is what I'm working on. And Dave Packard says, "Drop it. It's not going to work. It's got no potential. Work on something else. It's not going to work." So Chuck House gets a bit irritated and he pushes back. He says, "No, why do you say that? I'm very confident that there's a market for it." And Dave Packard gets a little restless, impatient. He says, "Hey, you know what? I haven't got my gray hair without understanding the market. The application is so limited, it's not going to make any sense for us. And there are other products coming out in the market that will, this one will get subsumed. It's got no future. Drop it." Again, Chuck House pushes back saying, "I'm very confident that there's a market and I can list down 3 or 4 places, applications which this will do better than anything else." And that's when Dave Packard loses his temper and shouts at him. He says, "Enough. Next time I come to your lab, I don't want to see this on your desk." And he goes away. 10 months later, Dave Packard is sitting in his headquarters and going through a technology magazine, and he sees the same product there. And then he looks down and he finds that his own organization, Hewlett-Packard, has made that product. And he's furious. So he calls that Chuck House's boss. He said, "You better come here with Chuck to my office." So they fly down, and Dave Packard is furious. He starts shouting. Just then, Chuck House tells him, because Dave Packard tells him, "What did I tell you?" So he says, "You told me that the next time you come to my office, you don't want to see it on my desk. So I put it out in the market." And there's silence. And Dave Packard calls his secretary into his office and dictates a note institutionalizing the HP Medal of Defiance. And Chuck House is the first recipient of that. What does that say? It says that defiance is an important dimension in organizations that want to be innovative. If in your organizations you only listen to people depending upon their rank, and if you don't allow a pushback, you don't allow people who are passionately pursuing something, and you don't give them space, then innovation is not going to thrive. Institutionalizing the medal of defiance is actually one way of trying to tell everyone in the organization that if you push back, maybe you know better about your product, don't hesitate to push back because you know your product better. And by the way, when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, the monitor on which that footage was captured was the same thing that Chuck House, you know, those black and white video images that we saw, was Chuck House's innovation. So in the end of it, let me just close by saying, all the examples I gave you, it's all about organizational culture. It's about creating the right climate in the organization. There is no secret sauce other than this that we saw in these great companies. It's not some process flow that's going to make organizations more innovative. And guys, all of you, anyone who has even one person reporting to you, you are a leader for that person. So it's a leadership issue. Trying to create an innovative organization depends upon what kind of leadership you provide to the organization. What kind of a culture do you create in the organization? And if you make the right climate, innovation will thrive. Otherwise, you can spend loads of money, get all the consultants you want in the world, nothing's going to work. Thank you. I've come to the end of my talk. God bless. All the very best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talwar. I think Mr. Lula would like to say something.
Thank you, Vivek. Very inspiring. I could pull out a topic from a box and ask Vivek to speak about it, and he will speak about it as passionately. The topic I gave him was one from the box. What he really wanted to speak about is the environment and green practices. We'll have more opportunities. I have often described Vivek, he doesn't know this, as having the mind of a manager, but the soul of a leader. Mind of a manager, soul of a leader. He uses his left and right brain with equal intensity. I find he starts with the right and then moves to the left. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you. It was superb.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And all those words, you are just too kind. That's about it. Thank you, and God bless. All the very best to everyone who was on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to Project 5, I would like to announce that we will be able to share the certificates of attendance and project summaries only with those who fill out the feedback form. The link will be shared during the course of the day. Please look out for it in your chat windows. I'd like to introduce you to Problem Solving Pro, a digital course that prepares professionals to solve chronic problems that erode the performance of an organization. It has been curated by Mr. Lula, and it has received a lot of praise from industry. The course retails for 5,000 rupees plus per registration, and we are pleased to offer a 50% discount to anyone who registers by 31st of January. Please spread the word and do register. A link has just been posted in the chat window, so if anyone's interested, you could click there and sign up right away. Okay, so next up, is the next presenter ready? Balko Korba?
Yes, ma'am. We are ready.
Kindly share your screen, ma'am. Kindly share your screen. Aditya, time starts now.
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon to all the panelists.
Ma'am, could you turn on your video, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Timer paused.
Am I visible?
That's right. Yeah, you are. Okay.
Very warm welcome on behalf of Balko Vedanta family. I am Srijana Ghosh. I would take the pleasure to show our project for today. We are from Balko Vedanta. We are the oldest aluminium integrated plant situated at Korba, Chhattisgarh, and we are from the carbon plant, which actually we are making the carbon anodes which are required for the electrolysis of pot line. So our project title is Reduction in Specific HFO Consumption from 52 to 46 liter per metric ton, which I would like to show you. I would also like to mention my team members are also here with me. This is our project starter. I can't, yeah. This is our project starter. We have a baseline of our last half 2019, H1 2019, 52 liter per metric ton baseline we have taken. And we took the benchmark target of 46 liter per metric ton by comparing our performance with our competitors. And we found there was a huge scope of achieving that. And we took our project as along. So our baseline was of 52 liter per metric ton. Here you can see there is a slight increase in the specific of HFO from May, June onwards. This was due to the increase in soaking of anode temperature from 1080 to 1100 degrees C, as we did for our better electrical resistivity of the anodes. And therefore, we had a huge increase in specific up to 54 at the end of September 2019. This is our site walk. We are getting the green anodes from GAP or green anode plant, and we are taking those anodes, and our process is to bake it. We soak it at a temperature of 1100 degrees C, and that is again taken out to the rodding plant and consecutively to pot room. This is our process map, which includes the baking of the anodes, as you can see. We have constructed the RACI matrix to explain all the responsibilities accordingly. We kick-started our project with the brainstorming session with all our employees and our team members, and we identified the variables of input, process, and output during the baking of the anode. We made a data collection plan of all the variables which were affecting our process, and we formed the Ishikawa diagram under the guidance of our mentor and all our team members. So we made the fishbone diagram, which had all the causes which affects the high specific consumption of HFO for anode baking. We plotted the probable causes and made the prioritization matrix and taken out the high effective factors on which we had to work upon for the reduction in specific consumption. Then I would like to show you our work according to our plan. This is the TPR analysis, or the actual temperature which we get at our ER or preheating section, which has to, we have to make it at around 700 to 750 degrees C. And we started with working on it on its leakages and side walls, and we saw there was a drastic increase in the temperature. So this was also seen in all the 4 furnaces, and we horizontally deployed those things. Then we worked on the thermal imaging on the side walls, which had the excess temperature leakage. We found that, and we categorized it and worked upon it. We found the sidewall temperature of the furnace, and we found that wherever there was a decrease in the temperature, we plotted that out and we worked upon that. So we started with the partial repairing of the side walls, which increased our drafted temperature at a very high level. under a time period of 3 months, we repaired 216 walls, which made our process very smooth and our temperature achievable. We worked on the leakages and all the leakage points of our open top furnace, which included the peephole cover leakages, ring leakages, head wall leakages, and we had tracker to maintain everything. We did try some new products to include the plasticity and the leakage proof activity. These are the photographs of the head walls, which we repaired partially to prevent the draft loss and the heat loss. This is our crossover maintenance, which also we tried to work upon to prevent the heat and draft loss. One more important factor for our HFO consumption was the communication fault, which made our ramp stop. Ramps are actually the equipments which help us to fire the system, fire the furnace. So we categorized the problems which made our ramp stoppages, and we went for it and we solved the problems and we had a good result. So we also worked upon the fire cycle versus specific HFO consumption, and those also we had some conclusion and we changed our cycle accordingly. For problem remedy, we took out all the reasons. We made our tracker, responsibility, target date, and unit. We took all the trackers as already I have mentioned. We have taken modification in our ramps for auto stoppage. We took IT initiatives where we got the messages whenever there is a high pulsing. We have taken benchmarking after a project when we found that we are at a very nice position all over the globe. For locking of the improvement, we have taken the tracker and we are continuously working on it. For cloning of the project, we have taken the tracker and we have horizontally deployed everything all over the 4 furnaces. We have seen a high variation loss and we have achieved a 4 sigma level. We have gained a tangible benefit of 97 lakhs, and the sidewall repair we will be gaining for the past 10 years.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Balco team. We have few questions. Request you to be short. The first question is from Mr. Ashok. Ashok, please.
Sorry, I was speaking with the mute on. I have a couple of questions. One was, while validating costs, why is it that you're looking at, while validating causes, why is it that you're looking at cost? That should be a management decision later on, right? Otherwise, you may miss out on some critical costs that would probably threaten your operation. Sorry, did you understand my question?
Yeah, Balco team.
Sir, will you repeat your question once more?
My question was, when you're validating causes, I saw that you had used cost as one of the criteria. Why would you want to do that? You should leave that as a decision to the management, right? Because if there is something critical and that needs to be solved as a cause, then you have to solve it, right?
11 rupiah extra.
Okay. In the interest of time, let me go to my next one. You had also shown the comparison with the other units, right? Yes. I believe Mahan was one of the units which was also trending well below your or closer to what you have achieved. Yes. So what were your recommendations implemented at the Mahan location?
Actually, when we were at the level of 52, we have taken the input from all the locations. Okay. From for Wal Jharsuguda, Mahan, Lapanga, and lots of input we have taken from the overseas also. In overseas smelter, what happened? They are using the LPG or the producer gas. HFO they are not using, but lots of similarities are there in terms of usage, in terms of application. So we have taken input, and we are now for the India level, we are at the benchmark. We are at the benchmark level. That is the 45, around 45.2 liter per metric ton we are running now. So, and Mahan is running around 45.6, 45.7, and they have and they have one added advantage. Then in a pit, we are running with 18 anodes per pit, and in Mahan they are running with 21 anodes per pit. So they have added advantage of 3 anodes, and instead of having that advantage at Mahan and Lapanga, we are at benchmark level. So in the future action also, yes.
No, so I got the answer what I wanted. I just wanted to check whether you had also looked at the good practices at Mahan, which you have already responded.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Valco team. There's one more question for Mr. Umesh. Umesh, please. Umesh?
My question has been asked by Ashok, so I'll give it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. One question, Balco team. Basically, while you have done some infrastructure changes, suppose you have to set up a new plant. Will these changes be the part of the complete design, and from the day one, it will be you will get the cost and this benefit, efficiency benefit?
Yes. We are planning to incorporate it, and we have also incorporated lots of changes in Wall 2 also, in Wall 2 smelter, Wall 2 Jharsuguda smelter, and we are planning soonly one expansion at Balco also within a year. So we have incorporated in the EPC scope of Beko 1 at Balco also.
Okay. Thank you, Balco team. Thank you. Over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Balco, and thank you, sir. The next project is from Global Indian International School, this time from Abu Dhabi. Is the presenter ready?
Yes, this is Surya. I'm ready for the presentation.
Ma'am, could you share your screen, please?
Sure. I need the enable option. Please enable.
Could you help out here?
Sorry?
No, I'm requesting Tejas to help you. Ma'am, try now.
Yeah. No.
Would you like us to share the presentation, ma'am? You can just ask us to go to the next slide. Okay, ma'am, try once more. Try once more.
Okay, yes, it's available now.
Okay. Slide share, ma'am.
Yeah.
Start.
A very good afternoon to one and all. We, Global Indian International School, Abu Dhabi, is extremely privileged to participate in the 32nd QualTech Prize. Myself, Surya Vignesh, the project that we are going to present here is Kutuhal, the Journey of Curiosity. The program was introduced in the year 2018 with a clear vision towards its successful implementation. The mission of the program is to inculcate a healthy sense of curiosity and wonders to ideate, share, and co-create the knowledge, with the goal of making GIS Abu Dhabi a go-to campus for the entire nation to develop the talent and skills within the stakeholders, by providing unique set of activities and workshops on 21st century skills and competitions and through appreciations. Thus, the vision of Kutuhal is to see the organization as a complete student-centric campus, combining the makerspace ideas into reality and towards excellence. Management took a bigger role in identifying the demand, providing expert advices for the courses to be offered, selecting the service providers, as well as financial support. Problem definition. The identification of the problem has been defined in 3 major areas. Academically, it was observed that the intellectual performance of the students needed enhancement. The problem-solving skills needed to be refurbished. Sorry. In the areas of admission, student enrollment count has to be improved. Preferences for the 21st century skills needed to be refurbished. More competitive opportunities were expected with trainings to develop the self-selling skills of the students to compete the real-life challenges. The diagnostic journey from symptom to cause was done through quality improvement tools like cost and effect analysis, as well as the quality circle programs. The causes were analyzed under 4 major categories for the problem, development and application of 21st century skills. Availability of time for the program within the timetable was one of the constraints. Planning and organizing the program within the timetable as well as within the curriculum hours of from 8 o'clock to 2:30, and the resources availability was another constraint, as well as the requirement for trainers and professionals to train the students under these criteria. The root causes were evaluated under different categories through brainstorming. The causes were shared with the circle to identify and provide the remedies. Final solutions were selected based on 4 main criteria: sustainability of the program, ease of implementation methodology, or an opportunity towards innovation, as well as the cost influence. QualTech was born as a remedial solution to develop the next generation skills and problem-solving talent through various activities, which kickstarted in the year 2018 as a weekend program. The activities included STEM programs, robotics, artificial intelligence workshops, Month of Curiosity celebrations, ideation wall, innovation building clubs, digital literacy training programs, makerspace competitions, and many more. The review plans were analyzed to understand the improvement of the program to set the target for the upcoming years. The result breakthrough table here shows the development of the student participation count has increased since the program has launched in 2018, with an increase in the number of activities from 6 to 11 in 2020-21, and thus more achievements on innovative competitions. The program has developed to a stage of providing the platform for both GIS and non-GIS students, which help to improve the financial stability through paid activities. The brand enhancement is another noticeable improvement which was identified in locking the improvement. Cloning the improvement of the program. The successful launching of the program in 2018 has enabled a wider reach to our students through the replication of the program in cross-campus manner. The collaborative cloning was carried out in our GIS Dubai campus through various programs like QualTech Month of Curiosity, QualTech Young Innovator Challenge, which is an inter-school competition where season 2 was conducted in Dubai campus, ideation walls, and the makerspace workshops. Moving on to the benefits, the tangible benefits. QualTech offered the students to take part in various national and international level competitions through workshops and trainings provided within and outside the school hours. It provided the students the ability to integrate and apply the skills and knowledge to solve the problems through smart training. Schools have also given the opportunity for teachers to avail free of cost trainings. This has helped the teachers to incorporate the activities into the academic and classroom learning in school. One particular result has been noticeable improvement in the participation of girls in the program, which is against the trend worldwide. Inculcating the program within the curriculum has helped our campus in the UAE to ensure that no child is left out of the program, so that all the students becomes a part of the program in QualTech. Now, moving on to the intangible benefits. The intangible benefits identified were in cross-campus collaboration, as we have mentioned in cloning the improvement of the program. This cross-campus collaboration has been taken to the next level by combining the campuses to participate in the QualTech programs in the virtual learning process, as well as the brand enhancement. The brand the brand enhancement of the Kutuhal was taken to the next level again by making the program to reach out wider with sustainable competitions and cost involved.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you. And my presentation is almost over.
Yeah, thank you, Surya. We have few questions, so request you to be quick. One question from my side. This Kutuhal program, as I understand, starts from particular grades or standard. Okay. Did you observe a particular student, or did you measure the student's academic or any metric which you have designed right from a standard 1 for the student to the standard 10th? Was there any change which has happened because of this program?
Yes, sir. That's a good question. Yes, we have set up a roadmap from kindergarten to grade 12, where we have set up the skill level which will be implemented from kindergarten to grade 1. When the student goes to grade 1, what will be the skill acquired by the student in KG? When he goes to grade 1, what will be the skill level which will be acquired? And yes, we have a separate table or a rubrics to identify to measure the skill level of the students from kindergarten to grade 12.
So the shift we are measuring it basically.
Yeah. They have been also named as explorer, intermediate, and experts like that. They are into different steps. So they fall into different categories.
Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Ashok.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I must commend you on the program, the name, as well as the overall construct of it. I have two questions. First question is, you said that the high participation of girl students, which is against the global trend. So what is the best practice that you can share with us so that we can also, others can also benefit here?
One of the practices, Surya, we can talk about is the ideation wall also. Like what happens in ideation wall, we have in physical, infrastructure also that is inbuilt, the ideation walls, where we put up a question or, there is a solving. I mean, we want to see the critical thinking of students, how they would like. So a question is posed and the wall is kept open again grade wise, like grade 1 and 2, 3, 4 explorers and intermediate and experts. And what is the best solution that would come out? And we have seen that girls coming up, very well. Even during this pandemic, we did not stop. We went for ideation wall, which is virtual ideation wall on our Padlet. So this is one of the things I could share. There are many other such measures which we have taken.
Yes, actually, yes, sir. I would like to add one more thing, as you mentioned, girl participation, because being as a girl student, thinking the mentality of the girl student, they are more into creativity. Like, they like to make things, which is, so we have taken advantage of that interest among the girl students into STEM activities. So whatever they learn in the class in science and math subject, the 4 subjects, we have taken the advantage of the girl students to work on creativity into STEM subjects. So girls' participation in STEM subject have increased a lot after the implementation of Kutuhal program.
Very good. The other one is, you also have, the program also ensures that no child is left out, which is very, very heartwarming. Was this program made mandatory so no child was left out, or what was the thing there?
Yes, sir. Actually, as I mentioned in the presentation, when the program was launched, it was launched as a weekly program. We have a program which runs on every Saturday called as WOW program, Weekends, Wonders of Weekend. So when it was launched in 2018 as a WOW program, because of the high demand from the parents that this program should be available to all the students in the campus, irrespective of the age, irrespective of the cost. So we try to make the program within the curriculum itself by including a term called masters within curriculum, where each and every class will have a mandatory subject called STEM.
Okay.
Within the timetable, where we are including STEM topics, robotics topics, artificial intelligence topics, all the next generation skill topics are included within the STEM subject, so that all the children will get the opportunity for 30 minutes or 40 minutes during their week
incorporated actually into the timetable of the school.
Cool.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. You've answered my questions.
Okay. One question from Mr. Sridharan, please. Mr. Sridharan. Quick one.
Okay. My question is, you are attempting to address the 21st century skills as you are envisaged. What are the soft skills that students must have, which you are addressing in this program of Kutuhal?
The soft skills we are trying to inculcate in the program is the communication skills and the presentation skills of students, as well as how a child should present when a child is getting an opportunity to sell himself or herself in front of a crowd. For example, like how we are presenting in front of a panel of judges. So we have started Gables Club for that, to improve the communications, the leadership quality of a child. So that is also a part of Kutuhal, and that's also we are following within the timetable, like, as a part of our curriculum to develop the soft skills. So these are the soft skills that we are focusing as of now.
Thank you. One quick one from Mr. Umesh. Umesh, please.
Yeah. So my question is, you're talking about the 21st century skills. How did you validate that these are the skills that are required in the 21st century? How did you ascertain?
Yes, sir. We have actually planned a set of skills. We have actually framed a 14 set of skills, which matches with our 9 gens holistic development. We have an area like, a 9 gens holistic development tool we have, where we have all the educational pedagogies included in the 9 gems. So we have matched that 9 gems into the 14 skills, so that the students will get the entire skill development.
I'm going to interrupt you here.
Yes,
My question is very specific. It is, how did you validate that these are the right 21st century skills? Because being in the space of education, you create a huge impact. So the importance of validating that, yes, these are the right ones is very important. And I want to understand how do you.
Yeah, basically we have concentrated on 4 skills, that is critical thinking and collaboration, communication. So validation is because unless and until now, when we talk about AI, or when we have already landed into a zone where a lot of such AI is at play. So that is how critical thinking or collaboration, now nobody will be existing in isolation. So these were few of the skills which we felt, and that is how this program offered a lot of opportunities for soft skills like presentation, or skills like emotional intelligence, as well as critical thinking and collaborative projects. So this is how Kutuhal catered to those skills.
Okay. Thank you, GS team. Over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, sir. Our next project here, it's another one from Electro Steels Bokaro. Is the team ready?
Yeah, I'm just sharing my slide.
Please turn on your video also, sir.
Video.
Slide share.
Yeah.
Start.
Yeah, thank you, judges, for choosing our project in the final list and for giving us an opportunity to present before you. So our project is reduction in auxiliary power consumption of captive power plant from 10.41 to 8.9%. This is our team. Myself, Nitish Tiwari, is a leader, and I have with my team members Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Amit Kaur Mishra, and Mr. Vasisht Kumar. Our problem was that our auxiliary power consumption was for last 1 year, it was coming around 10.41%, which was on a higher side as we benchmark with our group companies. And it was coming around 9%. So it was impacting our cost of generation with a of around 2.8 crores per annum. So our mission was to reduce the auxiliary power consumption from 10.41 to 9% by February 20. So after we brainstormed with the team and we distributed the areas where the auxiliary consumptions are distributed, we found out that after 5 areas, the boiler auxiliaries and the turbo generator auxiliaries were consuming highest power. The boiler auxiliaries was around 46.94% and the turbo generator auxiliaries was around 26%. And this was our past auxiliary consumption trend. You can see that it was coming around 10.33%. So it was on a higher side. So we acted upon the boiler auxiliaries and the turbo generator auxiliaries. Now in the boiler auxiliaries, the main equipment is the boiler feed pump. In waste heat recovery boiler, there are 3 numbers of boiler feed pumps, out of which 2 are fixed speed and 1 is of variable speed, and it is operated by the fluid coupling. Now we control the pressure of the water line pressure was around 1.104 kg. We control the pressure by controlling the feed control valves. Now we're losing power by doing that. So what we did, we operated one fluid coupling pump and we adjusted the scoop and according to that, we adjusted the pressure. By doing that, we reduced almost 24 amperes and almost power of 168 kilowatt. Now in CFBC, the boiler feed pump, we have 4 numbers of boiler feed pumps and 3 are fixed speed and 1 is fluid coupling. Same problem was there. We were adjusting the pressure by adjusting the feed control valves. We were losing power. So what we did, we stopped 1 boiler feed pumps, fixed speed pumps, and we ran 1 fluid coupling pump. And by adjusting the scoop of fluid coupling, we adjusted the pressure. By doing that, we reduced 20 amperes and our power of 380 kilowatt. And the second area was the turbo generator auxiliaries. And in the turbo generator auxiliaries, the main equipment is the turbo blower cooling water pump. It is almost of 550 kilowatt. And there we have 2 turbo blowers and we have 2 turbo blower cooling water pumps. We ran 2 pumps for maintaining the delta T, but it was coming around 2 degrees Celsius, which was on a least side. We have to maintain almost 6 to 7 degrees. So what we did, we stopped 1 cooling water pump and we got the result. By doing that, we reduced 550 kilowatt of power. For logging the improvement, we assign engineering controls for feedback system with the temperature and all those things. And all the projects are irreversible. For cloning, we replicated the same type of project in other area. Same thing in the boiler area. We have 2 return air fans. 1 is operated and 1 is like standby. And for our return air fan is required to supply the air to the cyclone. And it was the discharge pressure is 20 kilopascal, but with the required pressure was 8 to 10 kilopascal. And the coal feeder, the required pressure was 2 kilopascal. So we tapped the air for the coal feeder from the secondary air fan. And we reduced the load on return air fan by almost 35 kilowatt. So by doing that, you can see the trend here. The tangible benefits, we reduced the power consumption from 10.4 to 8.9, and also furthermore, we have reduced it to 7.6 in February 20. You can see that. And the cost savings we got almost 3.1 against 2.8 crores per annum. The intangible benefits, it gave us the confidence to take more projects on energy savings. And we understood how to work as a team player, and we also achieved a lot of projects in energy savings. You can mention 2 projects that we have completed currently, and it is reduction in compressed air consumption and vacuum improvement in condenser. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for your presentation. Question, what I understand, boiler played a very important role in this entire cost-saving project, basic improvement project. Did you explore other types of a boiler which could substitute this one?
So we haven't explored the boiler, different types of boiler, but we explored how the savings can be done from our group companies. We have other 3 to 4 power plants in other group companies, and they have the practices there for energy savings projects. They have almost achieved 9%, 8.5%. So we took that practices and we implemented in our boiler to save energy.
So the subsequent to this is there is a lot of innovation which has happened in the boiler as per se. So did you capture that, or are you planning to do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine.
So we have innovation center also.
I think Mr. Tiwari.
So yes, sir. We have innovation center also. We have with our in our plant in different areas for doing the brainstorming and innovations like those things.
My colleague, Mr. Sridharan, has one question. Over to you, Mr. Sridharan.
Yeah, right. Okay. You have successfully reduced the auxiliary power consumption to 9.5. Now you have done benchmarking to see, get this kind of comparative figures. Now, did also the solutions which you implemented, were they also obtained from your other sister companies through the benchmarking route? You have only replicated the good practices from there?
Yes, sir. The practices we did for energy savings, but the type of projects we took, it is not replicated. Like in other group companies, the boiler feed pumps all are fluid coupling. We have only one boiler feed coupling, but we took that reference and we operated that one. So like that, we have just took the reference from other group companies, but we have not replicated the projects here. We have innovation center for that, and we have brainstormed.
Okay. What is the lowest auxiliary power consumption, through theoretical computations that you think based on the design of your plant and the auxiliaries, you can achieve to aim for? Have you assessed that?
7.5, sir.
7.5.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are planning for that also, or?
Yes, sir. That's why. Yeah, that's why. That was the intangible benefits we got from doing these projects. Actually, a lot of ideas came through innovation centers, and a lot of projects we are handling this financial year. So I have mentioned 2 projects also by improving the vacuum and for reducing the consumption, the compressed air consumption. So these are small bucket where we have reduced the power.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Thank you. Over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Thank you, sir. The last project in this session is being presented by SBI Life. Is the presenter ready?
Yeah, I am ready. I'm just doing it.
Kindly share your screen.
Yeah.
So, slide share mode, please. Yeah, start.
Yeah. Good afternoon to the panelists, the eminent judges. I'm Anirban Chakraborty from SBI Life Insurance. The project that I'm going to present is about the Smart Connect, which we are presenting from the renewal vertical. This project was taken up to improve renewal collections of the organization. So why this project was taken up, we can take a look from this. The original Smart Advisor application that was a part of the organizational setup was limited only to the sales team. So the branch operations team and the total 800 branches that SBI Life Operations has got, they do not have access to this kind of an applications. So there were a lot of queries that were coming up to the centralized renewal vertical team. And also there was no monitoring that was happening from the central office. Also, the data that was shared was through multiple Excels. There was always a risk of data leakage from that kind of a data sharing platform. And also there was a lot of customers, a lot of advisors who were across the India and who were actually going to the customers' houses to give or to take renewal premium. And they were also not able to have a on-the-go kind of an application on their hand. So we wanted to develop a particular application which will address all these issues. So these kind of a project is actually bifurcated into, or integrated into rather, I will say, into 4 sub-projects, where we thought that we will geotag the, the policies where a particular advisor is there. We will also put in our predictive customer analytics tool, where they will be able to know which customer has a higher propensity to pay the renewal premium. Also, we wanted to integrate our CRM, our customer relationship management software, along with this application, so that all the call center remarks and other kind of applications or the other kind of customer interactions that have happened will be on that particular application when an advisor is going to visit the customer. Also, the same kind of application we wanted to give to our back office operations staff also. So there should not be any kind of difference between what the sales team is having in their hand and what the operations team is having in their hand. So with this kind of a background, we took up this project where we took the approval of the top management, and we take a go ahead. And from the very beginning, the top management was involved in this kind of a project. And for everything from the project identification, the gap identification, till the monitoring and controlling of the project, we took their help and their guidance. So basically, if you look at what was the problem that was actually in hand, if you look at from the graph, SBI Life's renewal premium was going sky high with every passing year, but there was no effective management of this renewal customer base. And there was, since persistency or renewal premium collection over the years is a very important target, so this was actually going beyond the capacity of a centralized team to take this forward. So we wanted to have also provide a uniform facility for the operations staff, and data security is also one of the very important part that played in this. And we also wanted to put a meaningful customer insights into this kind of an application. So once this thing was done, we diagnosed the problem. So what was the things that came out of this diagnosis, where there were multiple reports that were coming up. There was obviously the risk of data leakage was there. A lot of man-hours were being given to prepare this kind of reports. There was delays, and there was obviously geographical restrictions on usage, and there was no real-time information that was there. So we did a lot of brainstorming to find out the problem remedy. So the team sat out and look at multiple options of how things can be taken out and what can be the solutions. So a lot of ideas came out, and we tried to put all these ideas together, whether it is geotagging or how we will give area-wise calculations to the thing, and how data analytics can be put into this, and how we can integrate our CRM. All these things were discussed in the team meetings. Not only we discussed with the internal teams, we also took the outside things that are happening in the digital world, from the social media, from the digital marketing, from the online shopping, because one of the greatest challenges was to replicate the same kind of experience that the people have in different kind of mediums, to have that same kind of experience in while using our applications. So once that is done, we went for locking the improvement. So once the app has been built, we went for a lot of monitoring for that particular application. Regular reviews were held. A lot of InfoSec reviews were also held. Patch updates were held. A lot of logs and hits monitoring were also monitored. And currently, if we look at it, we have a rating of 4.2 in the Google Play app that is there for this particular application, which shows that we are doing pretty decently right now. So the app development process was there, and our InfoSec team and our quality control team is totally involved in this kind of an application, so that any kind of adverse experience or kind of adverse kind of experience are directly dealt in. So not only we did build up this application for renewal vertical, we are also replicating this application in other areas of insurance operations, like claims, like policy servicing. We already are going live with our revival module, that is a policy when it is lapsed, how you can revive it. This kind of applications are also coming in this Smart Connect module. There were quite a few tangible benefits that came out of this project. First is if you look at our persistencies, that is our old renewal, whether it's 13-month, that is 1-year-old policies, 2-year-old policies, or even 5-year-old policies, we have shown an increase in all the persistencies. Our renewal premium has also increased over the years. There's a 24.86% increase in our renewal premium collection. Since this is an in-house built application, we saved a lot of cost from that kind of savings. Our call centers costs have also not gone up to that extent as compared to renewal dues. So we have also done that kind of a cost saving in over there also. Our queries and errors will also come down because now they are, the advisors can directly look into that application and can find out their queries. So, there is no question of asking us at the central office, and the errors have also gone down over the years. And if you look at from 1819 to 1920, the total queries have gone down to a lot. And the total application usage is now around 1.35 lakh for advisors, and people are using it internally.
Pages 4, 3, 2, 1.
And also intangible benefits are there for distributors and employees.
Thanks, Mr. Anil, for a wonderful presentation. We have a few questions for you. Over to you, Sachin.
Thanks, Shailesh, and thanks, Anirban, for a good presentation. What was your number one people challenge while improving the application's take-up rate?
Yeah. So number one people challenge was the diversity of the people. So like, what happens typically in a big organization like SBI Life, since we have got 800 branches, and also I'm talking about internal customers. So our advisors are spread across metro cities and also to the villages. So, to make this application popular among all those people was a real challenge. And also there was also from the metro cities also, or from the tier 1 cities also, as I have told in my presentation, there was always this tendency of, comparing with application. Say, if I'm going to Amazon and buying something, so is my application similar to that? Are we giving that kind of a seamless kind of an experience while using your application? So those are the queries, or those are the, the challenges, the people challenges I'm talking about while making this application.
And what are the specific segments of customers or geographies or market segments where it has worked well over some of the other segments?
Yeah, so this 1.35 lakhs advisors, if you look at, it is still in the, metro tier 1 and tier 2. So we are still not, able to penetrate into that village kind of a segment. We are still trying to do that. So mainly it is metro tier 1 and tier 2 segment where the, there's a lot of this penetrations and this application has.
Thank you, Anil.
Thank you, Anirban. There is one more question from Manish. Manish,
yeah,
please.
thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Anirban, for the detailed presentation. I have two questions. So number one, in your presentation, you mentioned about system and performance monitoring.
Yes.
And you did mention about predictive analytics as one of the areas which you have done.
Right.
Could you, tell us more about, predictive analysis, what was the purpose and how did you do?
Yeah.
Then we'll move on to the next point.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. So this predictive analytics was, whenever a customer, an advisor is going for a renewal premium collection. So we have a predictive analytics model, a machine learning model, which gives us a background of a probability or a propensity of a customer to pay his or her renewal premium. So it is based on, a lot of variables that we have put into the model. So it's a gradient boosting model that we have used, where we have considered almost 72 variables out of this, 22 variables we have taken for this predictive analytics model building, where we have actually, segregated the customers into some kind of a, red, amber, green kind of a categorization, where green customers have more propensity to pay, amber customers have a medium propensity to pay, and red customers have a lesser propensity to pay. So along with this predictive analytics and geotagging, what happens is whenever an IA is going for a renewal collection, he or she knows that, okay, this customer has this kind of a probability of payment. And so I will have to, go to this customer with this kind of a, skill or this kind of a selling script.
Okay. I got it. So now in terms of predictive analysis, whatever 72 points you refer, any of these have been kind of revisited in the last 1 year?
Yes. So this retraining you're talking about, if you're, yeah. So what we do is basically after every 6-7 months, we normally retrain the model and try to find out how this model is behaving, because the historical data keeps on changing. So every 6-7 months, our analytics team retrain this model and give us new predictions, and accordingly it is.
Okay. So
okay,
Mr. Shailesh, if time permits, can I ask one question?
Okay, Mr. Manish.
Okay, thank you. So another question is basically in terms of the benchmarking. You mentioned that you have taken using SWOT you have done. So was there any external benchmark also that you have referred, and if that is there, what was that? And especially in the weakness part in the SWOT, what came up?
Yeah, so like external benchmarking for an organization like SBI Life, there are two challenges basically whenever we are talking about external benchmarking. So if you look at our private competitors, so they are in a different set compared to us when we are talking about the scalability and the spread basically. So so when we are benchmarking against them from a scalability, we have found out that yes, we are actually much better in the the overall setup and the overall spread of our application. And benchmarking.
That is the strength part. In terms of the weakness, what was that you identified?
Okay, in terms of weakness, in terms of weakness, obviously we have what we have found out that there are lot of other things that which can be done in the sense that a real-time analytics can be done. So what I'm talking about is whenever if a customer has called up yesterday, or if a customer has called up say 3-4 days back, so those kind of data or those kind of benchmarking we are still trying to build into the system, and we are that is kind of an improvement that we are thinking of, or whenever if a bot can be built into the system. So those are the things that we are trying to improve upon.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
Anirban.
Yeah, thank you, Anirban.
Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you, Anirban. Just a second. Okay. It's time for our next special talk, and it's coming to you live from Kuwait. Dr. Tariq Al-Dowaisan holds a BSc, a master's, and a doctorate in industrial engineering and management systems from the University of Arizona. He currently works in the Department of Industrial Engineering and Management Systems at the College of Engineering and Petroleum at Kuwait University. He teaches courses in quality and safety, such as engineering statistics, quality control, and quality in healthcare and human factors. Over to you, Dr. Tariq.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see me well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for inviting me to this event, 32nd QualTech Prize. It is my pleasure and honor to participate. Thank you, my friend Suresh. Thank you, Jigisha, for the effort you put into this. My talk is going to be about engineering education improvement. Let me just say that in Kuwait, engineering is very important, and improving it is obviously important, and it's important all over the world. Now, giving you an introduction about Kuwait. Kuwait is a small country. We have a population of 4.2 million. 70% are expats, and only 30% are Kuwaitis. The geographic area is also quite small. We have 17,000 square kilometers. Kuwait relies heavily on oil. 90% of Kuwait export is oil, and 89% of annual budget income is also oil. So clearly that we heavily rely on this single source. Diversification is a critical issue in Kuwait, and it's a critical challenge. Now, if we look at the engineering programs in Kuwait and engineering education in both government as well as private universities, we notice that all of them almost model after US. Now, I've been in the University of Kuwait since 1990, and I resigned in 2017. So I've worked there for 27 years. And before that, I taught at Arizona State University. And I can tell you that the programs in terms of their title, content, and even teaching approach hasn't changed much. and that baffles me. I mean, Kuwait is not the US. In terms of development, we are not there. They are developed, we are still developing. Also in terms of market, we have a different market, definitely, in terms of diversity, and also in terms of size. So we are different. And also, when you look at the challenges that happen almost now, monthly, and probably less than that in terms of technology, in terms of market. Now, you would think that such rapid changes, and also taking into consideration the Kuwaiti context, that we would be doing something different in terms of our engineering education. Now, asking the reason why we are not, I talked to so many colleagues in Kuwait, and probably even outside Kuwait in our region, on the reasons why we haven't been active in changing our education programs. Now, after examining all these reasons, I can safely reduce them into two main reasons. The first one is that, unfortunately, the decision makers don't have much trust and confidence that they can do something better, unfortunately. The second reason is that the majority of graduates, PhD and even undergraduates, they have studied in the US. And that created a kind of bias towards the US system. Now, of course, I believe that this has to change. Now that I've also, maybe Jigisha didn't mention that, but I'm also doing some consulting, mainly to the oil sector in Kuwait, and also to manufacturing, in quality and other topics. And I can see that our graduates are not properly aligned with the market demand. Now, trying to change the current situation is not going to be easy, but the way I look at it is that we need to have what I call a three-phase process for improvement. The first phase is really having a market unit that basically what it does, it reads the market to and monitor the market continuously to identify signals from noise. Of course, you cannot be continuously changing the program, but I would say that you should at least every 5 years radically changing. So whatever signals you identify, they have to give you some sort of stability over a period of 5 years minimum. And so the cycle of change, you undergo it, or you undertake it once every 5 years at least. And when you look at the signals, you identify, like I said, the signals which are really the market needs, the current and the future, for at least 5 years in the future. And from that, you identify what kind of programs you need to have out there to really align yourself with both the market status, Kuwait development status, technology situation, forecasted situation. And I've heard some talk about the different types of focus in terms of critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and all these things. And of course, there are other technical things that you also need to be aware of. Now, whatever produced from the market unit, it goes to the translation unit. The translation unit role is to take the signals and translate them into programs and curriculum. Now, this cycle of development of translation should not take more than 6 months, okay? You need to be fast, maximum 6 months. And you need to also be flexible in what you produce in terms of program and curriculum, flexible in the title, flexible in the content, and flexible in the duration. They don't have to all be the same duration of 4 or 5 years. They can be longer, they can be shorter. And also, even the delivery approach have to be different depending on the identified program types and what are the targeted markets. Now, that goes to the delivery unit, which is the third unit. And here you need to have faculty, and that's really a challenge. You need to have a faculty that are capable of continuously learning while guiding students on learning. I think we all know that faculty should no longer be doing traditional education. They should let the students themselves learn. There are so much resources out there and respectable sites where they can access the information. They just need to be guided to it. And the faculty role would be mainly in probing, in guiding, and exercising some thinking, critical thinking, all the things that the goodies we've been talking about, the faculty should be focusing on. Now, also we need to make sure that we identify credible and ready material. Most of the textbooks I've noticed, they are, especially when we talk about higher education, they are, by the time they get published, they are outdated. So a lot of what you want to be using could be available out there in the net. And as a faculty, you need to be able to identify what's available out there. You don't have much time to develop your own material. An idea here in the delivery unit is that you can have a pool of qualified faculty out there. Because you are changing your program so often, some of the faculty might not be appropriate for certain changes. So you need to be able to access some faculty out there that have the proper capabilities and competencies and use them for the needs that you have at hand. And this, of course, invites the idea that the majority or the norm of learning should be done through e-learning, and only the exception would be in class. Now, I think we need to undergo this kind of change. Of course, I gave a more global or more general framework of what we need to do. You can see that the structure of the organization that I'm talking about in terms of the 3 units is largely different from the classical structure that we currently have in our universities. I guess this is what I have time to talk about. I thank you very much for listening to my talk, and happy to be with you and to be invited to your event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq. I think Mr. Lula would like to say a few words.
Thank you, my dear friend Tariq.
Thank you.
You've been very flexible with us, and your content applies equally to India, don't worry.
Okay.
The outputs from educational institutions should be fit for use by industry. Isn't that? And the use that they need in industry keeps changing.
Exactly.
If you were to produce the right students, there would be no need for an induction program of the kind that organizations have, where they're teaching you what you should have learned in university. Now, we've known each other now for almost 12, 15 years. And it started with a relationship on benchmarking. We've co-conducted many seminars and trainings, and I do value your content. If I had to describe you, I would say you're a teacher, you're a coach, you're a counselor, and a facilitator. All signs of great leadership. Above all, you're a great listener. Most people, most leaders don't listen. Thank you, Tariq, for finding the time. And we look forward to many more. Oh, yes. This is not the first time Tariq has interacted with us on a QualTech. Several years ago, he was there with us at the Taj President. And we've been off and on in touch. Thank you. Thank you again, Tariq.
Thank you, Suresh. You've been so kind to me, and you're so generous in your words. And I've said that before. You are my mentor, and I highly, look to listen to you and learn from you. I look forward so much to seeing you soon. Please stay safe, and wish you best of life and health, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Okay, here we would like to draw your attention to the study material available through ASQ, through Qimpro for ASQ certification exams. Qimpro is the exclusive Indian partner of Quality Council of Indiana, USA, experts in creating study material for ASQ certifications. The study material for 16 examinations are on sale at qimpro.com/store. A link has just been posted in the chat windows. Thank you. Sorry about that. Our ninth presentation is by the team from Kansai Nerolac Paints, Bawal. Is the team ready?
Yes.
Kindly share your screen.
Yes. Is screen visible?
Yes, it is now. Thank you so much. Start.
Okay. Good evening to all of you. Myself, Aditya Bajad, along with my colleague, Mr. Mohit Mishra from Kansai Nerolac Paint, Bawal plant. Our project is throughput improved by 25%. As Kansai Nerolac Paint is a $690 million corporation headquartered at Mumbai, established in 1920. The Kansai Nerolac Paint Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of Kansai Paint Japan. Since 1999, we are the market leader in industrial paint, and Kansai Nerolac Paint completed 100 years on 22nd September 2020. In business plan 1920, capacity creation was one of the main KPI at top level to improve the plant delivery, that is average 94%. And this can be achieved either installing new setup or enhancing the capacity in existing plant. Paint plant is a capital intensive plant, and strategically plant expansion at top level was in place, but plant level task was assigned to increase the throughput in existing setup by using Lean or Six Sigma principles. Batch size play a vital role in net throughput, but batch size will not be favorable for Bawal plant always because of industrial paint plant that operate as per customer requirement. But increase in batch count by reducing process delays, standard batch cycle time from baseline with help in increasing net throughput. So a task force Uday formed and did initial data study and projected net throughput of 25% to 30%. Uday was a blend of team member having analytical capabilities, subject expert, project management experts. Now the problem understanding was the value stream mapping. Here we are manufacturing two types of paint, solid paint and metallic paint. In solid paint, we are seeing that from pre-mixing to thinning, we are making average 11 batches per day. But in tinting, we are only able to produce 8 batches per day. And after that, we are producing 8 batches per day. So tinting is a pacemaker, and also it is a bottleneck operation. Same as we check in metallic paint manufacturing, then we found that in aluminum mica soaking and resin blend preparation, we are producing 13 batches per day. Whereas in tinting, we are only able to produce 11 batches per day. So our tinting is a bottleneck operation. So now the target setting. So we have decided to increase the shade count from average 19 to 26 by the end of Jan 20. Whereas if we see the ratio of the bulk and SOD is 10:9 in the current ratio, and we are targeted 14:12. So if we increase that from 10 to 14 batches, our minimum throughput will increase by 40%. That is from 35 KL to 49 KL per day. So the problem diagnostic study performed through the PDCA methodology and 7-step problem solving tools and various tool technique used like value stream mapping for the bottleneck identification, DILO, day in life of for the value added and non-value identifications, hypothesis for action assumption and the trials, DOE for the factor optimization, brainstorming for the idea generation, charts for data representation, and trial and experiment for cause validation and control chart for monitoring of control factor. So data collected for more than 130 batches and DILO analysis conducted for top 2 parameters. Here we are tinter work activity split on the basis of DILO. And here is the DILO study summary that our tinter is consuming more than 35% time in waiting and walking only, and 19% time in testing time, whereas 39% time in the panel preparation and application time, and 7% time in other activity like safety drills and others. So cause identification via the fishbone diagram, we found that variation in temperature and humidity of both causing delay in the panel application, and tinter were doing low skill job like panel preparation and viscosity checking, searching of primer base coat lacquer as per desired of for shade applications, and uneven load on the booth due to tinting manpower strength. So actions identified via the Qimpro tool. Here we have found 8 identified causes like as uneven load on the booth onto the tinting manpower. So we have found action for that key equality distribution of tinting manpower in the entire shift for the load leveling on the booth, and the booth readiness for the panel application. AHU startup at 8 AM before the shift start at 9 AM. And variation in temperature and humidity of the booth causing delay in panel, sensor-based alarm system provided to monitor the humidity, and like as. So now the locking of the improvements, shade card standardization made customer-wise, and Kanban system implemented to reduce the searching time of various base codes. And in booth temperature and humidity monitoring system is being installed, and walkie-talkie system is being provided between the tinter and the current addition person, as in our company phone is being prohibited at the shop floor. So we got some tangible benefits as well as intangible benefits. Intangible benefits, our shade count increased from 19 batch count to 25 batch count, and our throughput is increased from 35 KL per day to 45.5 KL per day. And our delivery performance improved by 94% to 99%. And the cost saving realization is more than 1 crore. And operator average engagement in value added activity increased by 20%. In the intangible benefit, we got learning and practicing the DILO and MOP concept and cross-function based problem solving approach developed. Also, horizontal deployment, the DILO study deployed across the plant in the other sections, and identified actions in the process specific shared with KNPL other plants for the horizontal deployment. And for the sustenance and review, we deploy the action progress report and the result tracking dashboard. And also audit is being conducted once per quarter by HO team, and audit is performed by once per month by plant team. So our journey is still continued, and new bottleneck processes are being identified and MOP is being used. And we identified further key actions like RM kitting to reduce the waiting time, and direct pipeline to mixers from storage XPT for the high consuming RMs, and low LPM pump replacement with high LPM, and shift delays reductions. Thank you. Yes, questions and suggestions are welcomes.
Yeah, thank you, Aditya. Thank you for your presentation. We have a question from Umesh. Umesh, please.
Yeah, Aditya, wonderful presentation. Very
thank you, sir.
Systematic and methodical. So basically, the improvement idea was about increasing the throughput of the constraint, and that is a tinting process. Right?
Yes.
And you set up a certain target. My question to you is, did you do any kind of benchmarking within the group plants or within the industry to set that benchmark? And during the problem solving process, did you derive any learnings from past experiences of other plants?
So actually we did the benchmarking in entire plant, in entire group, as well as also we are checking the other plants. But basically it is a skillful job. and tinting basically is only depend on the skills of the person. So that's why we are not able to produce, and we are only reduce the NV activities. And we also from our Kansai Paint Japan, we have taken the help on this chapter, and they are also have the benchmarking of the same. So we go for the reducing the non-value added activities for the tinter, which we will got the benefit to reduce the NV activities and net throughput increase.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jigisha.
I have one question, if there is time.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, your problem statement was quite clear from the beginning. Tinting, I understand, is the bottleneck. So, yes. See, as part of your, when you started addressing the problem, okay, you spoke about scammer technique and all.
Scamper tool. Yes.
Yeah, scamper tool you have used. So yes. This idea manipulation, basically, why if you are a SME here in the paint manufacturing process, okay, yes. Why did you go for the idea manipulation? Was it like you did not get anything within the team, as to how the solution could be derived, or?
Sir, I'm not pretty much clear. Can you please repeat?
See, this is you have mentioned about this scamper tool that you have.
Scamper tool we have used for that.
Yes. Why did you use that?
Basically, sir, scamper is basically we use to identify the how we can reduce the NV activities. Either we can some substitute, either we can combine some activities, or we can modify our some process which is ongoing, or some we can further put in new system like Kanban we have implement there, and some elimination, some non-valued activities, some can be eliminated, or it can be minimized or reduce some activities that overall can improve our net throughput of the tinter. That's why we are use the scamper tool, sir.
Okay. That's, I think, basically idea manipulation tool. If we run out of ideas within the team, then we go for that.
Yeah, that's the idea within the team with the scamper tool, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I think.
Okay, Aditya, we have got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jigisha.
Jigisha's lost connection. So.
Okay.
It's my privilege to invite Dr. Girdhar Gyani. I believe he's plugged in. Are you there?
Yes, please. Yes, Dr. Suresh.
Welcome to QualTech Virtual Edition, our 32nd. You've always been there to support us. And I'm sure everyone in the audience knows who you are. But I would add it from my personal exposure to you. I first met Dr. Gyani as a candidate for the Quality Council of India. And he was the undisputed choice with Dr. Mashelkar and me. He started Quality Council of India and is the author of the NABH accreditation in healthcare. Thereafter, no matter which platform I went to for healthcare, he was visible. He's omnipresent. AHPI, CAHO, name it. He's not a medical person. Am I right?
Yes.
And yet he spends all his time in medical services and has done amazing work, not just in India, but also in neighboring countries such as Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, Vietnam, Thailand, etc. So welcome, Dr. Gyani. We are looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. I know actually we have been interacting with each other for a long time now. Like many others, I also consider you as a mentor in the quality. And I think you have set up the benchmarks in this field in our country, for which actually I, on behalf of all of us, are being grateful to you that you have set up very dedicated and passionate movement in the field of quality in our country. You have invited me just to speak in 7 to 10 minutes. Basically, you suggested that I introduce or talk about the word quality improvement. Now, so let me begin with the word improvement, which of course is very common. Everybody uses the word improvement. Why are we looking for improvement? Basically, very simple. Each organization, even individual, we want to improve our effectiveness. We want to improve our efficiency. And for that, you need improvement. Now, how do we do improvement? That is the subject of the talk today. There is also, sometimes we introduce the word improvement in a bigger step. For example, a company or an organization may bring new technology. It may bring automation. It may redo the building so that the flow of the activities improve, and by which you improve the efficiency and effectiveness. So that is also improvement. But such improvements are capital based. They can happen only once in 5, 6, 7 years. So that is the improvement in bigger step, capital dependent improvement. What I think we are more interested today is the continuous quality improvement. The continuous quality improvement can happen by and large only in the small steps. And the continuous word, actually I would like to say, actually comes from the very culture of the organization, where everyone is every time trying to ask the question, how are we doing the work? Can we do it better? Now this thought process, it cannot be one-off activity. It has to be imbibed in the culture. And that is where, I want to bring the subject of leadership and empowerment. In my opinion, not my opinion, I think every one of us believe in that way, that culture is built through the leadership. And leadership minus improvement, again, it will not serve the purpose. So we are talking of an organization which is leadership based, and where the leadership believes that empowerment is the key. Now, why is empowerment important? Because by empowerment, you are making people down the line, you are training them, you are making them capable. And by doing that, you are setting up a process that they keep on adding value to themselves. And once they add value to themselves, they add value to the company or to the organization. So this empowerment, in my opinion, is the key to imbibe the culture of continuous quality improvement. Now, when I'm talking about empowerment, automatically the word ownership comes. When you empower the people, set up the system, set up the processes, recognize base, learning base, this actually automatically, makes the people sense of pride. And this sense of pride actually was very amply explained by our quality guru Ishikawa, and I think want to bring the subject of how Ishikawa brought the point that continuous quality improvement, which at that point of time, I am talking of 1960s and before, was considered to be only the job of the managers and above. That means the higher ups. But Ishikawa brought the concept, no, the continuous quality improvement, unless you involve the shop floor workforce, you will not be able to achieve this continuous quality improvement. And that is, I think, the beautiful concept he brought through the quality circles, which we are using in many other ways, But that actually set the ball rolling in terms of the people taking ownership, that these are the problems we are facing. We are the people who have been empowered by the top management to solve them and solve the problem and implement the solution. So I think that was the key. So once you have that line very clear, the middle management was a little bit easier. And of course, the top management in any case is always worried about the improvements of the bottom line, financial and all that. So this concept of continuous quality improvement, I am saying, can come through the transformational leadership, charismatic leadership, which believe in the true sense of empowerment. They empower the people down the line, and after that, this is the philosophy part, that you are having leadership, you are empowering people. But when I'm talking on the platform of Suresh Lula, I have to bring in what he loves the most, the techniques. The philosophy alone will not take you unless you sharpen this philosophy by using the quality improvement techniques. So I think here I will rate the Kaizen as the fundamental one. It is not really a technique, but again a concept. But that actually, set the ball rolling. Kaizen means continuous improvement, small steps. Many of us many times believe that what will be achieved by this small improvement. We are always thinking of the big improvement, which only scientists can do. So this Kaizen brought the very simple concept that each one of us is capable of bringing small. And when all of us do small, they become equal to much bigger. And more importantly, it sets up the culture. More importantly, it enables people to take ownership. So I think Kaizen was the first in my mind which actually can help organization to go onto the path of continuous quality improvement. Rest of the techniques, of course, 7QC technique, very important, which are used by even the people working at the shop floor. Then we have the 5S, then we have the Six Sigma, lean management. Then of course there are all these techniques are available which have to be. Now again I'm talking. These techniques, if you are using whenever there is a problem, again you are not really working on continuous quality improvement. These techniques should be again imbibed in very culture. So that day-to-day basis also, whichever work we are doing, we keep on thinking of that which technique we are applying. So that is what we use the word institutionalizing. So again, the institutionalizing can come again through the culture, and that is where we can reach to the goal of continuous quality improvement. Here I would like to use my one favorite, kappa. Corrective and preventive action is the important ingredient of continuous quality improvement. I normally give many examples are there, of course, but being in the healthcare area, I many times try to explain the concept of corrective and preventive action. So just I will take 2 minutes to tell you. For example, suppose a person is having serious chest pain in the chest, and he goes to a physician, and physician after examination tells him, you are a serious case and immediately have to go bypass surgery. This patient or person undergoes bypass surgery, and after the surgery is over, the physician tells him, okay, you are absolutely fine and fit now, but take care of the diet and do regular crisp walking. So this person, let's say, starts walking 3 kilometers every day. So I used to ask this question to my trainees. What is this 3 kilometers walking? Is it a corrective action or is it preventive action? I have seen 90% time the answer used to be preventive action. But that is where we go wrong. Then I used to ask the question, some trainee, okay, are you walking 5 kilometers or 3 kilometers? So some of say, yeah, we are walking. Do you have any problem? They say, no, we have no problem. So if I say this is walking is the preventive action. This gentleman is walking 3 kilometers so that he doesn't feel the heart attack again. So I think this concept, if we make people understand that corrective action is the action taken to prevent recurrence of the problem. That the problem has happened once, but we want to prevent the recurrence. And for that, of course, we do all the root cause analysis and things like that. So people used to ask me, what is this bypass surgery then? What was this operation? I then used to say, it is a correction. You did the correction. So you introduce three things, not only corrective and preventive action, you use correction, corrective action, and preventive action. Now, I always give this example. Of course, there are many other examples. For example, another simple example I can say, I am seeing now, I am getting a lot of references from the government nowadays that fire incidents have taken place. In the span of 15 days, there are 6 fire incidents, serious one. And all of them happened because of the electrical short circuit. So, one of the examples we used to give, suppose there is a cable burst. Even in the household only. The power cable to the fridge. What normally we do? Either we do it ourselves or call an electrician, he comes, cleans the wire, breaks it, connects it, put the good tape on that, and they say, okay, fine, you can start working. I mean, this is again a correction. We never thought why this cable burst happened. Was it overloading? Have we incorporated more appliances in our house? We don't do the load analysis. And so unless you do that, that becomes the corrective action. Now, what will be a preventive action, which actually is happening in all these hospitals, Serum Institute, and all these places, including the Quality Council of India. Yesterday, we had a serious fire and the 2 rooms got gutted completely. So, what is the preventive action? Preventive action is simple. Every 6 months, are we using a simple instrument like Megger? Are we doing the installation check? Are we calculating how much load has increased and whether the insulation has gone weakened? If we keep on doing earthing check, for example, every 6 months, we will never get this fire incidents. So what I want to impress upon all of you here, that please bring the concept of in the mind of the pupil. Let us not go for corrections. Corrections are the most dangerous thing. Least what we want is the corrective action. Whenever there is a problem, do the root cause analysis, then take corrective action. And if you are a good cultural organization, high culture organization, obviously people will be in the mindset of prevention. They will be always in the mindset, okay, they will be keep on analyzing what might go wrong, what are the chances of things going wrong. Now that feeling, that philosophy, when it is set in the organization, they are on the path of preventive action. So in short, we have to transform ourselves from correction-based functioning to preventive action, prevention-based organization. So this is the simple way. But ultimately, lastly, I would like to say again here that for this to succeed, most of us, we do one-off activity, but we must make sure that the organization has got culture, where these things are recognized, these things are monitored, these things are rewarded. The rewarded may be a very small thing, but unless you set that pattern, where so that the people take pride in doing what they are doing, so that they know that somebody is watching us. If not somebody, we are watching ourselves. So that sense of belonging and sense of taking ownership only will set in the concept of continuous quality improvement. And I think so this is ultimately related to the leadership, empowerment, culture, monitoring, measurement. Communication is the last thing I would like to mention. Whenever we do such thing, there is a top management, there is a middle management, there is a shop floor. There must be continuous flow of the communication. What top management has found out, this should be communicated to the middle management and down the line. And similarly, there is a upward communication. That communication will keep people connected, and they will know that I am part of the organization, not only the top management. So I think with these few words, I would like to finish my small talk on the subject of improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gyani. We'll all go back with the lesson of corrective and preventive action. I like your underlining the fact that it has to be part of the culture. When we had asked Dr. Duran, how do you create a culture for improvement? He said, people aren't stupid. What you measure, that's what you get. Make it part of the job design. Make it part of the promotion policy. And you will see a change in culture. If you expect them to do improvement, but you don't evaluate them in your performance appraisal, it won't happen. This is a lesson he gave us. So I just added to what else you were saying. Thank you again. And
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gyani. I'm sorry I wasn't there to introduce you, but I think SL did a good job. And thank you. That was a great talk.
Thank you. I'm part of that family. Suresh is a family for us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next project is from L&T Hazira's Heavy Engineering Division. Is the team ready?
Yes. Am I audible?
Very soft.
Hello?
Kindly share your screen. Very faint.
Hello? Am I audible?
You're very faint, Ankit.
Just a minute. Hello?
Ankit, please start.
Okay.
Speak louder.
Yes. Hello, everyone. We are from L&T Heavy Engineering Hazira. We are going to discuss
Kisha, we can't hear. It's very faint.
Ankit, please speak louder.
Hello?
Yes, Ankit, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Please share your screen. Slide share. Ankit, please share your screen.
Yes, I'm sharing.
Start.
Yes. Hello, everyone. We are from L&T Heavy Engineering Hazira. We are going to discuss our project, improvement in throughput of overlay shop, which is under process improvement category. L&T Heavy Engineering is into manufacturing of reactors, pressure vessels, heat exchanger, and custom built equipment for petrochemical refineries. In all the equipment, there are chemical reactions taking place at high temperature up to 1000 degrees Celsius and pressure up to 250 bar. These values are 10 to 20 times that of a pressure cooker. Equipment is manufactured using low alloy steel and mild steel. Hence, they are highly susceptible to corrosion. Equipment size is up to 50 meter, which is like half of a football field. Failure of such an enormous equipment due to corrosion can result into a catastrophe. To prevent corrosion, the inner surface is overlaid using thin layer of corrosion resistant materials like stainless steel and Inconel. This is comparable to coating of a Teflon on non-stick pan. Major components that require overlay in a reactor are nozzle, pipe, elbow, and forging. In the financial year 2019-20, there were potential orders of 72 equipment. One equipment has typically up to 50 nozzles that require overlay process. Hence, number of components to be overlaid were about 1480. We formed a cross-functional team wherein me, Mr. Ankit Barve, and Mr. Sachin Kadam are from Manufacturing Technology R&D, and Mrugesh Padaria is from production. Throughput of overlay shop at the beginning of the project was 40, against which throughput required to achieve the project deadlines was 200. That is 5 times the existing throughput. Prima facie, we envisage few challenges in meeting this target, like huge variety in terms of shape and size, manual mechanized processes, dependency on skilled manpower, quality issues in overlay, and low productivity. We had to achieve this target without increasing the total number of stations. As we are into engineer to order products and not mass production, the components are always different in size and shape. This makes it very difficult to quantify and capture data. We did time study and movement study of some typical components and narrowed down to 3 issues which significantly were responsible for increasing the lead time, namely waiting time, repair and rework, and unwanted movement of component. Movement of one of the components is shown as in the figure. Key takeaway is that component is handled 8 times from arrival to dispatch due to improper layout and multiple processes. For each key issue identified, we carried out YY analysis. For waiting time of components, component waited for priority, welding station, and consumable. Based on the root cause analysis, actions taken were a dedicated planner for overlay shop, scheduling mechanism, increase in number of welding stations, and new welding processes for reducing multiple setup and full kit availability. The evaluations was done by the team with senior management. So increasing the number of welding stations will result into higher capital investment and increase in floor space. Hence, it was rejected. So now we'll explain all the action points in detail. We created a Gantt chart for production planning and prioritizing. This Gantt chart is prepared by dedicated planner for overlay shop. New welding processes were introduced in the overlay shop that enabled welding of entire component in single setup, thereby reducing multiple setup and handling. A dedicated store was also constructed inside the shop to facilitate full kit availability in shop. Next key issue was defect and rework of components. Defect in welding are mainly due to impermissible welding parameters and multiple restart points. Action identified were administrative control, implementation of sensors, and reduction in restart points by continuous welding and automated processes. Evaluation of all actions was done by the team with senior management. Administrative control required additional supervisors and it was a reactive solution, hence it was rejected. Sensors and new welding process would permanently become part of the station, hence they were moved ahead for implementation. As shown in the images, we installed temperature sensor, current sensor, and flow sensor to monitor the welding parameters. Feedback of all the sensors was sent to IoT-based control system to control process parameter and productivity. For instance, welding on a station will not start unless the temperature of job is within the permissible range. These are the features available in IoT-based control systems that we have developed, like welder access control, a weld parameter slip is digitally available, real-time data logging, alarms and reports whenever a particular parameter is beyond permissible limit, arc time monitoring, and asset utilization. Next problem was a crisscross movement of components. This was due to linear flow and line balancing, minimum handling and setup time, indigenously developed smart station. So these are the images of indigenously developed smart station in design stage and implementation stage. You will not believe that the two images shown are of the same shop before and after development. It is evident that new layout is leaner, cleaner, more efficient, and more ergonomic. We have sustained the development by making online monitoring systems, 100% documentation, and periodic review of continual improvements. Cultural transformation has also taken place. The challenges were resistance to change and lack of ownership. That has been solution implemented are motivation by toolbox stock and ownership among operators by displaying their names on respective welding stations. We have also won some prizes like Digital Manufacturing Plant 2020 for Larsen & Toubro, and we have got appreciations from seniors also for achieving the goal. We have cloned the improvement in shell and spool fabrication, plate fabrication shop processes, and piping center. The tangible benefits are 415% increase in productivity. Along with that, zero safety incidents, on-time delivery, quality.
Thank you, sir. Time up.
Yeah, Ankit, thank you for your presentation. Ankit, I have one question. Basically, I understand this was more a throughput improvement project. Did you benchmark with other cross-industry benchmarking? Did it? Or did you thought of doing any?
Yes, sir. Actually, this is a part of the job. We do the benchmarking for the entire job. So whenever we are benchmarking for the job, this becomes a part of it. But we have not separately benchmarked for nozzle this component. We have done it for the entire job.
No, my question was more, did a cross-industry benchmarking in terms of the throughput improvement? Some similar type of a practice in any other industry, which you can replicate some part in your this throughput improvement?
This nozzle fabrication shop is analogous to generator and motor manufacturing, because in that shop also it is a custom made equipment. Like some customer has a requirement of 7.5 kilowatt or 5 kilowatt. Then every time the cycle time is different for all the products. So it is analogous to motor or generator manufacturing plant. So we had done a benchmarking with that shop. We tried to
Okay, thank you.
It. Yes.
Yeah, Sridharan, over to you, Sridharan.
Yeah, hello, Ankit. My question to you is that you said 40, 200, all these figures you are giving throughput. Yeah. It's over what period of time? I just couldn't get it.
This is for 1 month.
Okay, monthly.
Prior
fine.
to the development, we were able to overlay 40 products. Now we are.
I got it. It's for a month because in your graph it was not shown. Now the question really what I'm asking is, since you are a service provider, internal service provider for a heavy engineering group, which is custom building for so many other verticals, how is the priority routing of your overlay shop, dependent on the final committed customer delivery date? How is that priority being taken care of?
We make a project plan, a box plot for entire project. So this nozzle is a part of that project. So if this nozzle falls on a critical chain, then we will have to give it the first priority. So overlay shop overlays nozzle of different business units like heat exchangers, reactor pressure vessels. So all the different project managers, they meet together and give the priority to a committed overlay shop planner. So based on that priority, every job is processed.
Fine. Now that is how it was processed earlier also.
No, earlier there was no dedicated planner for the shop. So every PMG used to give the priority to the overlay shop in charge. So there was a lot of mess in priority.
So are you tracking the final customer delivery? How much of that has improved because of overlay shop's efficiency improvement or throughput improvement? Is that a metric that is being tracked?
The overlay shop is like a prefabrication shop. So it has to deliver the components on time to a fabrication shop. So we have been able to deliver all the components on time to the next fabrication shop, and many a times we are able to deliver it beforehand also.
Beforehand, you are tracked. Is it a KPI that is being tracked by overlay shop?
Yeah, it is a KPI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ankit.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you. Next up is Max Specialty Films. Is the presenter ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly share your screen.
Just give me a second, ma'am. I hope my screen is visible and I'm perfectly audible.
You are audible. Kindly go into screen share mode, slide share mode, sorry.
I hope this is fine.
Great, start.
Thank you. So good evening, respected jury members and dear participants. Myself, Kishan Mishra, and my co-presenter, Mr. Anil Bambi, are here to present our project on...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you turn on your video, please?
Yeah,
I paused the timer.
Just give me a second. I hope it's okay now.
Yeah, it's fine. Go into slide share mode again.
Just give me a second, ma'am.
Okay, continue.
I'll start again.
Okay, restart.
Thank you. So good evening, respected jury members and dear participants. Myself, Kishan Mishra, and my co-presenter, Mr. Anil Bambi, are here to present our project on improvement in in-house scrap utilization by 35%. We would like to begin with company's introduction. Over a period of 3 decades, Max has enhanced its capacity from 3.6 kilotons per annum to 85 kilotons per annum with a turnover of more than 970 crores and an employee strength of 400 plus. Max produces films under a variety of segments like packaging films, label films, and graphic lamination films. Max supplies to a variety of customers in Indian and overseas market. Some of the major customers are ITC, HPPL, Uflex, Nestle, Parle, etc. So we have used a PDCA approach during the course of our project, and we would start with the plan phase. This slide indicates the entire value chain of our product. It starts from refineries which manufactures PP granules, and we at Max convert these granules to packaging films, which is then supplied to packaging, labeling, and lamination industries. After this, plastic handlings comes into the picture. Of the total waste generated, 1/5 is only recycled and the rest ends up in environment in the form of landfills and ocean. Let us quickly have a look at the global concern. So by 2034, it is expected that the plastic production per annum would go up to 640 million tons, which was about 320 million tons in 2016. And this is indeed an alarming situation. And with this pace, it would not be a surprise that we would have plastics in dinner rather than a fish. Hence, we all should be careful with what to do with plastics after use. We at Max are a zero plastic waste company. That is, waste is either recycled or reused. So this is a project team where we focused on diversity in terms of age, department, experience, level of organization, etc. This project was led by me and was mentored by our quality head, Mr. Anil Bambi. We would like to move ahead with problem definition. But before that, let us have a quick overview of how we at Max manufacture BOPP film. This is a snapshot of our BOPP film line, which is 8.7 meters wide and 150 meters long. We start by feeding raw material, that is plastic granules, which is then extruded and stretched from 2 sides to form a jumbo roll. These jumbo rolls are then slitted into smaller rolls as per customer requirement, which is approximately 89% of the total jumbo rolls produced. The remaining 11% is the scrap due to various reasons like trim loss, changeover, etc. So we have a separate team which is working on improving overall efficiencies. But today we are focusing on a case study of another team which has worked on improving the scrap utilization. The 11% of the scrap is then further either sold as loose scrap, converted into plastic granules and used in-house, or converted into plastic granules and sold outside. So we started problem definition using 5W1H tool, which indicated our problem definition as high loose scrap selling and lower in-house consumption in FY 18-19, resulting in approximately 1200 tons of scrap sale, which amounts to approximately 12 crores of COPQ, and it was identified during a COPQ review by our senior leadership team. After this, we started a journey with process mapping to identify scrap generation points in the workflow. We can see scrap being generated at 3 points, that is film line, slitters, and ERIMA, which is our in-house recycler. Moving ahead with the problem diagnosis, we brainstormed to identify possible causes for poor scrap utilization. A total of 35 possible causes were identified, which were then plotted on a cause and effect diagram under 4Ms. Yellow highlighted indicates the probable causes out of the identified possible causes. We then further performed RCA via YY analysis to identify 3 root causes, which were low awareness on type of scrap, hence poor segregation, process gaps, and high changeover time in our ERIMA section. Coated scrap never recycled in-house. We never tried it and challenged our process capability. So after this, we identified level 1, that is macro actionables, to fix these root causes. Here we used mine dumping method. Further, to execute these macro items, we identified level 2 actions and plotted them in a solution selection matrix, which is a shorter form of a PUG matrix. The red items were considered for phase 2 of the project since it involved time and budget approval. Further, we mapped level 1 and level 2 items to check if we are not missing on the actionables. Hence, now we have the root causes and we have the actions in place. Time to move to the do section of our PDCA methodology. So we started with the training on the shop floor by providing training on types of scrap, processing method, and scrap handling routes. We provided more than 900 man-hours of training this year. We also reviewed our scrap storage and processing routes. We then segregated reprocessed granules into 4 major categories. The green category, this RGG can be directly used with minor tweaking in the recipes. Then comes the yellow category. The RGG can be used, but in controlled condition and under supervision. Then comes the red category. This is unusable granules due to the compatibility issues. Hence, R&D team had to work on making these granules compatible. And then came the pink category. This is the contaminated RGG, and the quantity was very less. After this, we initiated RGG projects to improve in-house consumption as per our classification. We then reviewed our scrap sale process and added segregation and approval process to ensure no unauthorized scrap selling. For the first time in 30 years, after multiple trials, we were able to convert coated scrap to RGG. So now we can convert polyester film, coated film, and torn bag into reprocessed granules. Our R&D team was also able to launch some biodegradable products into the market. Through work redistribution, Kaizens, and Pokayoke, we were able to improve our ERIMA capacity, which is our recycler, to ensure that we were able to recycle whatever scrap was being generated, and a total of 37 Kaizens were implemented during this phase. Moving ahead with the check phase of our PDCA process, we were able to achieve tangible and intangible benefits as shown in the slide. Overall, we were able to save 7.38 crores, and our COPQ for BOPP segment reduced from 4.02% to 3.4% of BOPP sales. We also performed effectiveness monitoring of our action items. We have seen 65% improvement in the loose scrap sale with respect to 18-19. Our in-house consumption also increased from 47% to 69%. The RGG sale is slightly inconsistent, mainly because of the product mix we are currently working on. Our sales and marketing team is working closely with the customers to align on this. And since the mix we have cannot be benchmarked with other industries, so our internal benchmark was considered as zero loose scrap sale. In terms of cloning the improvement, the actions were made a part of the SOP masters, and results have been made a part of department KPIs. Hence, we have a month-wise monitoring in place. On internal horizontal deployment, the actions were deployed in our other segments like metallizing, thermal, and coating. We also extended our horizontal deployment externally by initiating 6 major action items, which were making biodegradable products, due to which we were able to win India Star Awards initially. And then on competing at global platform, we grabbed World Star Awards for our sustainability solutions. In association with Polymateria, a British company, we have initiated.
Sorry, sir, your time is up.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, Kishan, this is Shailesh here. I think a very good presentation. I just have one question. Basically, as you have built up your technical expertise in this entire scrap management, and I can say in terms of the processing, did you extend your technical expertise to the companies whom you are supplying? And because they will also be having the scrap generation, and or worked upon that, or they came back to you, can we do? Because finally, at the end of the day, India should benefit, because there should be no scrap generation.
Right. So, Bambi sir, you would like to answer, or should I go ahead and answer this question?
Well, yes, so I would like to answer this. So this is in our pipeline. We need to discuss this with our external stakeholders, but right now, this is an internal initiative only. And as a result of this, we have got this improvement.
So do you see this as an opportunity, basically?
Yes, definitely. It's an opportunity for the industry. Like Kishan shared, we have some horizontal deployment plans. We are working with IIT also. We are roping them in for some more solutions for the entire industry. So this is very much there in our pipeline.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Sridharan.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Very interesting to know the multiple avenues of increasing the recycling, etc., the waste that get generated. Now, a question that is, at the same time, I'm sure you must be focusing on prevention of the waste getting generated itself in the manufacturing process right first time. That is a first time yield improvement. So what focus is there on that? What kind of focus?
Sir, as the way I started, I spoke during the starting of my presentation. So there is a separate team which is working on efficiency improvements of the existing and new product. This project basically showcased efforts of a separate team which worked on utilization of whatever scrap has been generated or is being generated. So there are two teams working on two different goals. One is improving efficiency, and the other one that whatever scrap okay we are generating, we should utilize it in-house rather than selling outside.
So, okay, so let me just add to this. So we have 17 projects going on, sir. Out of 17, 13 projects are Six Sigma projects working on scrap reduction, and 5 are our internal maximizer projects, just optimization of the processes.
Right, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kishan. Thank you, Mr. Anil. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jigisha.
Thank you. So the competition ends with the last presentation from Electrosteel Steels Bokaro. Is the presenter ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly share your screen. Slide share. Start.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Manoranjan Muni, and thanks for giving me an opportunity for this breakthrough session, and also selecting us as a finalist. I'm explaining the improvement project, which is utilization of handling furnace waste hot flue gas, and to have a safe and standard core drying practice. Let me introduce my team members: Mr. Harendra Yadav, Mr. Animesh Kundu, Mr. Navkishore Samal, Mr. Aman Banwal, and Mr. Ravi Shankar Banti. In ductile iron pipe plant, for socket preparation of pipe, we are using cores. For preparation of this core, in this process flow diagram, we can easily understand. We use thinner base paint outer surface, and drying this core, we use fire. After the settlement of this fire, the cores are ready for use in centrifugal casting machine. In this total flow, the main problematic area is the core heating area. This is actually unsafe practice, and our problem is to eliminate this problematic area. To eliminate this unsafe practice and consumption of thinner, we internally diagnosis our problems and finally concluded for one electrical oven, and internally team diagnosis the problem. At the same time, we also found another option is there. In our annealing furnace, there is some heat consumption. Hot flue gas is waste. Earlier, these were totally wasted. Then we organized some brainstorming session with our team, and we have arrived some two final projects proposals. One is electrical oven with core drying. Another one is waste heat utilization of annealing furnace. When we go with the electrical oven, the requirement is electrical oven where some setup required with a power consumption also calculated approx 96 kilowatt hour. And when we go with waste heat utilization, when we requirement one time of investment like pipeline and other requirements like valves and RTDs. At the same time, we calculate the energy saving approximately 1006 kilojoules per second, and we have decided to go with waste heat utilization with the team. And locking this improvement, we have done some action plans and implemented some pipelines and valve installed from annealing furnace to core shop, and the impact on almost 70% of heat utilized of annealing furnace. Earlier this was 100% waste. And second one is a thinner base paint replaced with water based paint for core heating area. Then operational cost or the impact found that operational cost reduced. And we also organize some weekly reviews for look the performance oven performance, and also found the consistent performance of the oven. In this diagram, we can easily understand the before of annealing furnace and after of annealing furnace. Before annealing furnace flue gases, we can found in this area we 100% waste through the chimney. After this modification improvement work, we 70%, almost 70% of heat utilized for core drying purpose. After this successful this project, the same is being planned to replicate in finishing line of preheating, using preheating and post-heating chamber. Earlier, this one done by LDO burners for pipe outer surface heating and for bitumen and epoxy coating. In tangible benefit, cost-wise, we save the switching from thinner base paint to water base almost 10 rupees per liter. The total saving almost 7.2 lakhs per year. At the same time, energy also saving 1006 kilojoules per second. Intangible benefit, the safety also unsafe act is removed and waste heat used again. Environment also we found the hot flue gases which are totally wasted we can use. And moral, the team was quite motivated with the successful implementation of this project. After this modification, we switch our unsafe act to safe mode. Thanks. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have one question. You have mentioned that the operational cost has reduced. What was the reduction in the operation cost? And second thing you have mentioned, there was a reduction. Basically, you have changed from a thinner base to a water base coating, basically, right?
Yes.
So was that any effect on the performance?
Sir, there is no performance-wise any type of changes. But cost-wise, sir, in thinner waste per liter, approximately 50 rupees per liter. But in water-based rate is 45 rupees, almost 10 rupees difference. So in operational cost, we benefited when we use water-based. And also major concern is safety, sir. Because this is the unsafe and also thinner is not healthy for us.
Okay, fine. Any other questions? Yeah, Ashok.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. My question is this: the core that you're talking about, which you keep painting and drying, does that have a life?
Actually, sir, thinner it's a continuous process, and these cores are used only a single time after making pipe. This wasted, and we also trying to use recycle these cores, actually core sets.
Okay.
We are taking this as a project, upcoming projects.
So you're drying them and painting them and drying them, and then you have to use it in the pipe. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
But they are just single time use. Once the pipe is laid out or whatever, then the core is just disposed of. Okay. No, the reason I asked the question was I wanted to check, because if there is a change in the drying process, would it impact the life of the?
No, sir. This is.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. One more question from Manish. Manish, please.
Yeah, thank you. See, in terms of the benefits that you have demonstrated, really appreciate the same. Okay. You spoke about 74% of waste heat utilization and all. Just wanted to know in terms of, when you define the problem and then later, you have looked at the alternatives and gone ahead. What are the different statistical tools that you have used to perform the analysis, and what all data points you have captured? Only name them. Name the data points and the statistical tools that you have used.
Yes, sir. We also use statistical tools like Pareto analysis and 4W1H method to diagnose what is the main reason. After that, we concluded the two proposals. Finally, two proposals like.
Yeah, I think your voice got stuck.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
Yeah, I think we lost
Electrical oven, and another one is waste heat utilization.
Okay. So it was only your Pareto that you have done. Pareto and then followed by analysis of the root cause and action plan there.
Yes, 411.
What is your frequency of doing Pareto? I hope you would have done it earlier also, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, in every also breakdown, any type of failure, we also do this Pareto analysis for 80-20 ratio.
Correct. I just wanted to understand like whether this is a new, improvement, say maybe in the last 1 or 2 years, or it is done earlier, because you would be doing Pareto for this thing, very periodically. So was it like recently you identified this, or?
No, actually, sir, this is highlighted due to safety point of concern. Actually, we target that to eliminate this unsafe practice. After that, we analysis and all these things. What is the alternative method points? Then we analysis all these things and concluded to final 2 proposals.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jigisha, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the formal presentations for QualTech Prize 2020, or the 32nd QualTech Prize, as we've been calling it. The judges are now going to break away for their final consensus meeting. So while they are away, and judges, we have started we've started the next meeting, so you all can exit from here and join back when you all are done. While the judges are away, I'm going to make a few announcements, and we're also going to declare the winner of the Quality Fables Competition 2020. So in August of 2019, Qimpro launched an individual recognition platform for quality and excellence professionals. We call these professionals Certified Qimpro Qualities. Rather, I'm sorry, that's an error on my part. It's Qimpro Certified Qualities. And to date, we have certified 130 qualities. Each has extraordinary credentials. Collectively, Qimpro Certified Qualities will serve as a voice of quality in India. They will bring sterling dignity to the brand made in India. The process is rather simple. An individual needs to register on our website, that is qimpro.com, and there are just 4 fields of information that need to be filled out. Then they need to complete the application form and upload relevant evidence documents. It's all part of the form. It's self-explanatory. Pay the application fee of 5,000 plus GST, which makes it 5,900, and wait for the badge level announcement. The applications are reviewed by a committee during the first week of each calendar month, and the announcements are made by the 15th of each month. So after this now, I'm going to request Mr. Lula to come forward and share with us a little bit about the Quality Fables competition, why it is, how it came about, and then we'll go ahead and announce the winner.
Good evening, friends. The genesis of Quality Fables is the feedback from my workshops. People liked stories. Simple principles they can read, they can understand. But can you, in simple language, tell us a story? More like an elevator pitch. Most of our top management think of quality as a delegable subject. In the qualitist view, it's the boardroom subject. If you don't have quality, you won't exist. not in this competitive world. So at first, I started penning quality fables. So I wrote many stories based on actual experience. And I've been in the quality profession since 1987. Qimpro is the first dedicated quality consulting firm in India. So the initial fables were all about quality improvement, which were like a revolutionary concept then. The minute you said quality improvement, you were corrected and told, you mean quality control. And I had to correct them by saying, I'm talking of challenging your standards. None of this was working. And finally, Mr. Rusi Modi, chairman of the Tata Steel, he invited me to his chamber. And I was representing Juran Institute. He saw those as my credentials and asked me, what do you offer? So I told him quality improvement. He said, yeah, quality improvement. The next question I asked him, what's your failure rate? He said 3%. And it didn't seem to matter. Tata Steel was the darling of the share market. 3%? So what's your wasteful costs? I asked. He said, nothing. My rejects also find a market in the open market in Calcutta. I had no wasteful costs. So we went through an exercise where we spoke of internal failures, external failures, appraisal costs, prevention costs. And he did off-the-cuff guesstimates of numbers. And he came up with a number of 10% of my total cost is cost of poor quality. I wanted to actually correct him and say it's more like 35%, but he was convinced about 10. So he said, will you tell my top management this? So he arranged for an executive briefing in Dimna, the management center away from Jamshedpur. And I spoke. I was nervous. Sitting there were Dr. Irani, Shad Hussain, K.C. Mehra, you name the top names, they were all there. And their body language said, boring. However, the finance director, Shad Hussain, he was making notes. And at the end of the day, he said, it's 10%. Overnight, he did his calculations again. So at the breakfast table, he whispered something into Rusi Modi's ear. And Rusi Modi, if you do remember him, was quite a roly-poly person. He marched up to me at my table, caught me by the collar, and said, "You don't know your quality business. Ishad Hussain has just told me that our cost of poor quality is 35% of sales, not just cost." With that started the session on day 2. And we had to do a pilot project. So every division put their hand up that I've got more cost of poor quality. Mr. Rusi Modi stood up and said, "We have 65,000 people on our campus. Quality can't be a compartment. It has to be a culture. I'd like you to nominate problems that the workers face." So it started with garbage not collected from the quarters, leaking roofs in the quarters, things like that. A team was formed for garbage not collected. Why was garbage not being collected? They had just procured dump trucks from Telco across the road 6 months back, and they were under warranty. So, breakdown. They're down for repair. So, no spare parts available. So, they go to the open market in Calcutta and buy the spare parts of Telco, which are in effect the rejects from the production line. And they pay a premium price. They come and repair the equipment and it fails again. So the root cause was procurement. I leave that part of it there. An uninvited guest came on with garbage not collected. People were falling sick. And so there was absenteeism. Now, how do you take an elephant-sized problem of absenteeism with so many divisions and 65,000 people? You take it in a bite at a time. So we went to the smallest unit, the tubes division. For those who Andre Wada was heading it. The absenteeism was of the order of 1%. The planned absenteeism, the privilege leave, was also 1%. When you had absenteeism from failures of illness, the organization would take on badalis, substitutes, who were not as trained. Consequently, the tube lengths would vary, and there would be one additional step of trimming the tubes. Loss of productivity and additional waste. In 1989, that added up to 15 lakhs per month at the smallest division of Tata Steel. So what do? You diagnose. The senior management and I actually visited absent employees. Here's an example. We knocked on the door and a Sardar in his lungi and his ganji, picture of health, opened the door. Sardar, why are you absent? बेटा बीमार है. क्या हुआ? साहब, खास कुछ नहीं, सर्दी जुकाम, just cough and cold. For that you are not present. साहब ऐसे होता है. I go to Tata Hospital and the paperwork that I have to do in 89 without computers, etc., takes 2.5 hours. Getting an appointment with a doctor, waiting in the next queue, takes some more time. The doctor prescribes. I have to again work my way into the chemist shop. I wait in line, by which time you have marked me absent for the day. What was the root cause? The root cause was processes in the hospital. We worked on that. We brought it down from 2.5 hours to 20 minutes. Now, the impact of this was on the whole campus, not just the tubes division. That resulted in a saving, hold your breath, of 80 crores per annum in 1989. We had the top management become believers, and Dr. J.J. Irani led from the front and made Tata Steel the lowest cost steel producer in the world by the year 2000. Okay, that's a rather longish story. But there are stories within the story. So, one could get the attention of senior people with stories, and the attention spans have started shrinking. They're now more like 7 minutes maximum. If you can't capture my attention within 7 minutes, you've lost me. So that's what we did. We said, can you narrate your project as a story that would get the attention of top management? And the competition started. It's taken a while to get some momentum. But those who write the stories write very passionately, and they become master storytellers. Supporting all this, I have also progressed with 75 quality fables, and the 4th volume is ready for publication to make it 100 quality fables. But coming back, these stories are really rich in meaning. And it isn't for Qimpro to, decide who the winner is. So we appointed 7 external storytellers. Sudipta Dev, who calls herself a storyteller, Sachin Garg, whom you saw on the panel right now, Shailesh Godekar, who's been chairing the panel of judges, Professor Kaleem Khan of Rizvi Institute, Suman Pai, who's not just an examiner, she's one of our best trainers for the RBNQA. Balaji Reddy, who's actually contributed as guest fable in one of my volumes. Roma Pereira Talwar, Turning Point Brand Consulting. She can tell you a good story. Now, each of them assessed 16 of the shortlisted fables. And we've gone by the score. I don't know who the winner is, but I leave that to Jigisha to announce. Over to you, Jigi.
Thank you, Mr. Lula. I will just play the video of the winning table. Tejas, why am I not able to see the fable? It's open. Why am I not able to see it? Yeah, it's open.
More tension.
No, there's no scroll either. Sorry, we just can't seem to browse to the fable. Okay, do one thing. Go there. Go there. Share. No, don't. It's open over here and it's. Still, you're not able to share it.
Okay, why don't you just announce it?
Okay, we'll announce it and we will share the link of the video. No, Tejas, hold on. Here, here's the winner of the Quality Fables competition. So,
Titan Company, Jewelry Division.
congratulations, Titan Company, the team from Jewelry Division. And Tejas will be sharing a link to the video. We've taken a lot of trouble to create the video. Please watch it, share it, rate it, etc. Just a second, Tejas is trying to share the video from YouTube, from our website. Please hold on. Tejas, I'll stop screen share. Yeah. Okay. Clearly, there's some technical issues here, and Tejas is sharing the link. Please watch the video. It's a very good one, and the story too. Okay. I think the judges are back, and while may I invite Mr. Shailesh Godekar to just give us a brief overview of the experience of the panel and any observations he'd like to share with the participants.
Thank you, Jigisha. I think first of all, it was a wonderful 2-day event, and what we saw with all the presentation was truly a passion and commitment towards the improvement or the innovation which they have done. I think, and this reflected in each and every project which all the organizations presented yesterday and today. The second most important thing which was noticed and which was observed is a movement towards a green revolution. I think that was very good, whether directly or indirectly, we could see in a lot of projects, whether it was an improvement project, green projects, or innovation projects. I think that was wonderfully displayed by all the organization. So I think the 2-day event was quite a good learning for all of us. And this is from my side. My colleagues Sridharan, Sachin, Ashok would like to share something.
So I'd just like to add, I think, first of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to take a look at the hard work that you've done. We've all been through one of these projects once in our lifetime, and we know what it takes with what your regular job that you need to do. So it's our opportunity to experience with you a journey that you have taken, and for that we are grateful to you.
Yeah, it was a very interesting 2 days with a variety of presentation. What has touched me deeply is to see the sectors, education sector, commencing usage of quality tools. Although I must add in the same breath that there need to be more refinement in the usage, but it's good to see the beginning of usage in education sector. And the focus, the tremendous amount of focus on catching them young, building values amongst the children is something amazingly refreshing. And lots of digitization efforts are visible, obviously. And from the manufacturing sector, where again, I was able to witness quite a bit of focus on energy, quite a bit of focus on throughput, the key success factors of a manufacturing company. Quite an interesting, and the deliveries were very crisp. In terms of time management, in almost the entire delivery was very, very well managed. So it was quite enjoyable. 2 half days are a little more than half days for me. So thanks to Qimpro and QualTech.
Yeah. Sachin, Umesh.
Sure. Thank you, Shailesh. I thought time was up, so I did not speak. I just thought I'd make 2 points. One is I've been an applicant, an examiner, and a judge for last 10 years plus. And for first 5 years as an applicant, it took me almost 4 or 5 attempts to receive the Qimpro QualTech Prize. And every time I was told that, you could have been a winner. The difference between you and the winner was little. And we kept applying, and finally we got it. Why am I sharing it? Because, being a judge is equally a tough job, and I've realized it after being a judge on this side of the table. The second point I must mention is that as an examiner, as a judge, I always see many organizations which come back, and many of them have come back even after winning the recognition in the previous year, which is a very good sign of what Mr. Dulla says, that continuously improve your systems even after winning and recognition and an award. So I would like to congratulate and thank sponsors of those projects and to those companies which have come here and come back to QualTech Award even after receiving it in the last few years.
Thank you. Thank you, Sachin.
Sir, are we ready for the announcements?
Yeah.
Okay, so shall we start with process innovation? And may I request Mr. Manish Kumar to announce the runner-up team. Manish?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, thanks, Jigisa, for inviting me to announce the runner-up. I think there were multiple, good nominations. I will say, one of the best nominations I have seen in the last few days, especially. But of course, it was a neck-to-neck, comparison. Uh, I think my voice, is it audible?
Yeah. It's audible.
Very much audible.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Manish. No, he's blinking. Manish? Mr. Godekar, would you like to make...
Jigisha, I will take it.
Yeah.
I think the innovation runner-up award goes to Titan Company Jewelry Division. A big clap to the Titan Company.
Well done, Titan.
Congratulations to Titan again. Your certificate will be emailed to you later this evening. Sachin Garg, could you please come forward to announce the winner of the process improvement competition?
Innovation.
Process innovation competition, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jagisha. The winner of this category is L&T Heavy Engineering Hazira team.
Congratulations to L&T, Mr. Nilesha and team.
Congratulations.
I would now like to invite Mr. Sridharan to announce the winner of Green Breakthroughs.
Hi, yes. It's a pleasure to announce the winner of Green Breakthrough. We had quite a bit of discussion. Even though there were only 4 entries, it is really heartening to note that there is a lot of emphasis on this most critical and vital subject, on which we were a lot more enlightened by the lovely talk by Bittu Saigal yesterday. The judges had a tough time in identifying the winner here. I think there are 2 winners. I mean, there are 2 joint winners. That is what we finally came to a conclusion. One is from the manufacturing side, that is the Titan Industries Limited, Neela Tangam. Right? Okay. What you are displaying is the other winner, Global Indian International School, Bannerghatta campus. Lovely design of the campus to bring in all the concepts of green and then inculcating the values among the students, creating an urge amongst all of us to become students yet again. So that's a great contribution. And then Titan Company Limited Jewelry Division, Neela Tangam, they call it blue gold. So it's actually on water conservation. So they seem to call it gold. I don't know why it is blue, but whatever it is, lots of focus on conserving water. And we have been warned amply again that the biggest problem the world is going to face is shortage of water, and Bombay hardly has any water. So I think every drop counts. So great work done by Titan here again. So congratulations to both Global Indian School Bannerghatta as well as Titan Jewelry Division Hosur. All the best to both the winners, joint winners.
Thank you, Mr. Sridharan. Let's move to QualTech Prize for Process Improvement. I would like to invite Mr. Sailesh Godekar to announce the first joint runner-up.
Yeah, the first joint runner-up for the process improvement goes to Balco Vedanta. A big congratulations to the Vedanta team.
Congratulations to Vedanta.
Congratulations to Balco Vedanta. Ashok Kurup, could you please announce the other runner-up for process improvement?
Well, it's my pleasure to announce the second runner-up for Bharat for the process improvement category, and they are none other than Kansai Nerolac Paints Limited, Bawal. Congratulations.
Bawal or Korva? Oh.
Congratulations, Kansai Nerolac Paints. And finally, the winner of the 32nd QualTech Prize for Process Innovation. May I invite
Improvement.
Sorry, process improvement. May I invite Umesh Dunn to do the honors?
Yeah, so thank you. And I'm happy to announce the winner of the improvement category. And the winner is Max Specialty Films Limited for improvement in in-house scrap, recycling and reuse by 35%. So wonderful. And what makes this special is that it is also green. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Max.
Thank you, judges. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the winners and runners-up. Your certificates will be emailed to you later this evening. And your certificates will be emailed to you later this evening. And for all the other finalists, we will send them to you early next week. Examiners will also receive their certificates early next week. And before we close, Mr. Bittu Sehgal has requested us to share the link of his video that didn't play too well yesterday. Tejas will share the link in the chat windows. He's also invited all of you to the Sanctuary Awards, which is on the 30th of January. It starts at 7 p.m. and the link for that will also be shared on the chat windows. We're also sharing the 4 links that were posted earlier in the day, and the feedback link also. For those of you who haven't filled out the feedback form, please do so in order to receive your certificate of attendance. From all of us at Qimpro, thank you for attending. We look forward to your feedback and we look forward to your participation next year again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jikisha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jikisha.
Thank you all co-jurors. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, Jikisha.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.